of that spacewalk is measured from hatch open to hatch close, unlike a U.S. spacewalk out of the Quest airlock, whose elapsed time is measured from the suits being placed on battery power to the time of the start of repressurization of the airlock. So we'll be watching the clock and listening for confirmation for the official start time of today's spacewalk that again will be marked with the opening of the hatch to the Poisk airlock. This is the 242nd spacewalk in the history of the International Space Station in support of ISS assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. The 10th spacewalk out of the International Space Station this calendar year, and the 5th spacewalk during Expedition 65. Novitskiy and Dubro both ventured outside of the Poisk airlock back on June 2nd to complete the decommissioning of the old Pirs docking compartment, which eventually was demated and undocked from the space station and deorbited to burn up over the Pacific Ocean following the launch in July of the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory that took the place of Pirs on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. Novitskiy and Dubro logged 7 hours and 19 minutes during their first spacewalk, which again occurred together back on June 2nd. Today, they venture outside again to begin what is expected to be the first of up to 11 spacewalks for the outfitting of the Nauka module. We'll talk more about those activities in just a moment. Novitskiy will be wearing the Orlan spacesuit, the Russian Orlan spacesuit, bearing the red stripes as EV-1 or extravehicular crew member number 1 today. His helmet camera that you'll be seeing up close and personal views of the work he'll be doing outside the International Space Station will bear the ghostly figure or the number of 22 in the lower right-hand corner of your screen once we get those helmet camera views going. Pyotr Dubrov's helmet camera is number 20. They also are outfitted today on their Orlan suits with high-definition cameras, all of that video being sent back to the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Korolyov for Russian flight controllers to view as they keep an eye on activities and guide the 2 cosmonauts along throughout the course of what is expected to be about a 7-hour spacewalk today.
Between 0 and 1 because
the spacewalk itself is complicated. This begins the connection of power and data and Ethernet cables that begin to bring the Nauka module up to life following its docking back on July 29th. This is the first Russian spacewalk following Nauka's arrival at the International Space Station. It essentially connects external cabling from all 4 main bus switching units on the U.S. segment's electrical power system to reorient the Zvezda service module power converters to enable Nauka to receive power from the U.S. segment of the International Space Station. Nauka has a total of 8 power converters connected to the U.S. segment. They are called in Cyrillic SNTs. Those are simply power connectors. 6 of those convert U.S. primary power to 28.5 volts, the same modified design as the other power converters on the station. There are also 2 direct DC to DC converter units that convert U.S. primary power that ultimately will be used to power a European robotic arm that is attached to Nauka that will be activated and outfitted during subsequent spacewalks outside of the International Space Station by future cosmonauts to enable a European robotic arm capability for scientific work and other tasks outside of the station. The crew intends to route power cables from the Poisk module to Nauka and will mate a series of 8 connectors to Nauka itself. There will be the main bus switching unit cable reconfigurations, 4 of them during the course of today's spacewalk as well. There are other tasks involved, including the routing of Ethernet cables and the installation of handrails for translation capability for future spacewalks along the Nauka module. The two cosmonauts will be using the Strela boom. That's the telescoping boom that is attached to the outside of Poisk that will enable them to move from one work site to another throughout the course of today's activities.
We have 20 millimeters per vacuum gauge. BSS.
BSS. O2 открытого КД.
O2.
Проверяем, чтобы O2 open открыт.
Верно.
Switch to open EVA position and waiting until 1-2 millimeters.
As we mentioned a moment ago, the huge Nauka module, the multipurpose laboratory module, began its journey to space and its permanent home at the International Space Station, launching on July 21st on a Proton M rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. It took just under 10 minutes for Nauka to be separated from the upper stage of the Proton M rocket. And 8 days later, after a thorough checkout of all of its systems, Nauka automatically moved in for its docking to the Earth-facing port on the Russian segment of the International Space Station, the same port that had been occupied by the Pirs docking compartment, which was undocked and deorbited after 20 years of service at the International Space Station. You see the docking here that occurred back on July 29th. Nauka, 43 feet long, 78 feet wide, with its fully extended solar arrays. Its mass, about 23.5 tons, a huge module that will serve not just as a scientific laboratory, but also as an airlock for future Russian spacewalks at the station, and to which will be attached a component called a node module, the Prichal node module, that is scheduled to be launched later this year, a multi-hatched port, if you will, a bulbous component to which multiple vehicles will be able to dock, and that will be attached to the nadir side of the Nauka module once it is launched and arrives at the station in the latter part of this year.
Is also closed. SDSO closed, indicator not illuminated, proceeding to step 10.
Давление по мановакуметру МИМИ-2. Скажи, пожалуйста, нам.
Could you please check on the pressure?
Preparations are continuing inside the Poisk module that you're looking at from an external camera on the International Space Station, as Novitskiy and Dubro have completed their pre-breathe activities, are in the process of depressurizing Poisk down to vacuum prior to the time that they will open the hatch to make their way outside of Poisk and begin today's spacewalk. The spacewalk, as I mentioned, is primarily focused on a complicated series of electrical connections that will begin to route power from the U.S. segment of the station to the newly arrived Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. We have an animation narrated by Devin Bolch prepared that will enable you to take a better look at some of the activities associated with today's work in Russian spacewalk number 49.
Russian EVA-49 will be conducted by Oleg Novitskiy as EV-1 in the red stripe suit and Pyotr Dubro as EV-2 in the blue stripe suit. EV-2 will egress the Mini Research Module 2 or MRM-2 first, and EV-1 will hand out the power cable clamps and bridge rail handrail bundle. Then EV-1 will egress MRM-2. Then EV-1 will translate to the Strela operator post, and EV-2 will translate to the Strela end effector and stow the hardware bundle and release the Strela end effector. EV1 will extend the boom of Strela with EV2 on Strela to the service module. EV2 will tether Strela end effector to the service module just above the Multipurpose Laboratory Module, or MLM. EV1 will translate to the connector patch panel number 2 on MRM2. Pyotr will install cable clamps from the bundle that the two brought out. Oleg will then route the MLM USOS Power Cable Bundle 2 to the MLM, installing the cable into the cable clamps Pyotr installed. Oleg will then translate back to MRM2 connector patch panel number 1 and release it from MRM2. Pyotr will mate the 4 connectors of MLM USOS Power Cable Bundle 2 to the MLM patch panel number 16. Oleg will route MLM USOS Power Cable Bundle number 1 to the MLM, installing the cable into the cable clamps Pyotr had installed. Then Oleg will translate back up to the Strela operator post. Pyotr will mate the 4 connectors of the MLM USOS Power Cable Bundle number 1 to MLM patch panel number 15. Pyotr will translate back to the Strela end effector and release the tether. Oleg will then maneuver Strela with Pyotr attached to it and extend it to the PMA and FGB interface. Pyotr will install the Strela cradle on the FGB. Oleg then translates down Strela's boom to meet up with Pyotr. The two will demate the service module power cable and incorporate it with the new MLM Power Cable Bundle number 2 into the US power system. Then, the MLM Ethernet cable will be mated while the teams on the ground power up MLM cable bundle number 2 and the power down of the next power cable. The two will then demate the service module power cable and incorporate it with the new MLM Power Cable Bundle number 1 into the US power system. Once all the connections have been made, Oleg will translate back to the Strela operator post. Pyotr will release the Strela boom from the cradle. Oleg will then maneuver the Strela boom and Pyotr to the SM, and Pyotr will tether the Strela end effector to the SM handrail. Pyotr will then release the bridge rail handrail bundles from Strela and attach the bridge handrails to the MLM. Oleg will release the MLM USOS Ethernet cable and reel from MRM2 and route the cable to the MLM patch panel number 17. He will leave the reel on the Strela end effector. Oleg will then mate the MLM USOS Ethernet cable. Oleg will then translate back to the Strela operator post, and Pyotr will translate to the Strela end effector and will release the Strela end effector from the service module handrail. Oleg will then maneuver the Strela boom to the MRM-2, where Pyotr will attach the tether to the end effector and MRM-2 handrail. Then Oleg will translate to the magnetic attachment location on MRM-2, and Pyotr will remove the hardware from the end effector and stow it into MRM-2 and retrieve the biorisk experiment. Pyotr will translate to the magnetic attachment location and attach the biorisk experiment. The crew will then translate back to the MRM-2 EVA hatch. EV-1 will egress first, followed by EV-2, and close the EVA hatch. This will conclude Russian EVA-49.
And the primary...
This is not the only spacewalk that Novitskiy and Dubro will be conducting in the near term. They'll be back outside of the Proysk airlock in just 6 days, next Thursday, September 9th, for Russian spacewalk number 50, the second in the series of spacewalks to outfit the new Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. That spacewalk next Thursday. Assuming everything goes as planned today, we'll be focusing on the continuing cable routing for Ethernet cables, the establishment of 2 high-frequency cables between the Zvezda service module and Nauka's television systems, a antenna and CORE's automated rendezvous system feeder unit installation, and the installation of additional handrails along the Nauka module, as well as platforms and adapters for future spacewalk activity. Our coverage will begin next Thursday, as you see on your screen, with the spacewalk beginning just a bit later than today's spacewalk is scheduled to begin.
I have 27.2 for the battery voltage, and I have backup pump, backup fan, and the primary transmitter. And now...
Just a few days after Russian spacewalk number 50, it will be back outside of the Quest airlock for U.S. spacewalk number 77. This will be the next in the series of spacewalks to install what is called a mod kit, basically a bracket on the port 4 truss of the International Space Station to accommodate the next delivery of ISS roll-up solar arrays that is scheduled to be launched on a future SpaceX mission, the third in the series of 6 so-called IROSA arrays. Aki Hoshide, the Expedition 65 commander from the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, and Thomas Pesquet from the European Space Agency will venture outside of the Quest airlock. The first time in history that 2 international astronauts will have conducted a spacewalk out of Quest. Hoshide and Pesquet will spend about 6.5 hours outside of Quest and over at the Port 4 truss to install the mod kit or bracket to which the next series of solar arrays will be affixed on a future spacewalk following their delivery to the International Space Station. That US EVA 77 is scheduled for Sunday, September 12th.
Copy. Now I need to change the electrical umbilicals position just a little bit so it doesn't get in my way later. Copy. Now it's all right. It will not be in the way. Yes, something like this is good. Next step, fluid umbilical to the mate from Orlan, and PET timer in LCD left upper corner set to 0, and O2 closed. Check on BSS, yes. first disconnect the umbilical.
Понятно. Так,
Yes, just the sequence should be exactly correct. Okay, umbilical demated now.
так, первый отстыковал, второй
For EV1 and for EV2, copy.
времени обнулился в левом.
PT timer is now set to 0 for both of us. Now BSS in MRM2 O2 closed and the blinker should close.
Есть O2 закрыто. Принято.
O2 closed, I have it.
УДСК, давление в скафандре от 0,35.
And the pressure, please check
СС первого.
0.36 for EV1 and EV2. And the primary tank pressure is more than 360. It should be, I have 404 and I have 390, so it's more than 360. Fluid umbilical, put the stowage cap and cover all unfluid umbilical connector with the MLI flap. Correct.
Второй ОРК закрыл. Так, и теперь дотянуться.
And now I have to try and reach here.
Куда-то тянет не туда. У тебя,
I think he is reaching in the wrong way.
тебя, видимо, назад тянет. Давай вот немножко придержу так.
That's why you're being pulled back.
Ага, спасибо.
Thank you for that.
Так, есть, да? Так, есть. Так, теперь мне надо как-то дотянуть.
I got it now. I have to reach it.
Так, сейчас тебя придержать опять. Так. Так. Скачаешь. Так. Ага. Так, отлично. Сейчас, подожди. Моя почему-то выскочила.
Okay, stand by, please, here.
Зарегистрировать. Так. Так, есть. Так,
I have it now. I released my umbilical,
отстыковали.
demated.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're looking at a view of the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow, where Russian flight controllers are watching over Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubro, who are moments away from beginning the spacewalk today, a planned 7-hour spacewalk to begin the outfitting of the new Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. They have placed their Orlan spacesuits on internal battery power. However, under the Russian rules for spacewalk elapsed time, that is not yet the official start time. That will occur once the hatch to the Poisk module is open. We expect that momentarily.
Okay, then we are done with the airlock operations, and Artyom will be will be working with you per EVA timeline, and I wish you all the luck in the world. Thank you.
Давай. Так, наверное, давай сейчас с этой стороны. Вот так вот. О, вот так.
Okay, let me close this on my side.
Так, переставь эту камеру GoPro.
The GoPro camera, maybe you should reposition it.
Разъем мешал.
Yes, I didn't do it before because the connector was in the way.
Так, у меня почему-то она расстегивается, чехол.
On my side,
Ну, он так сделал.
the cover is
Нет никакой.
opening up.
Но там сам корпус
Well, that's how it was designed.
зеленый шнурок.
But you do have
Карабину. Это от металлического корпуса.
a small green strap there.
Просто можно один будет.
Once the hatch to the Poisk module airlock is open to mark the official start of today's spacewalk, Pyotr Dubro will be first out. He will be joined then by Oleg Novitskiy, who will install a protective ring around the circumference of the hatch itself to protect it while it is open and exposed to the void of space during today's excursion.
Yes, Artyom. Hello. We are ready to work for Q card 8. EV hatch open. On MCC go. Yes, Artyom, we are ready. You have a go to work for Q card 8. EV hatch open on MCC go. Okay, safety tethers attached to MRM2 handrail. Copy. And visor.
По фрагменту ОВЛ, закрепленному на выходном люке. Так, со спущенным светофильтром мне очень плохо видно. Там ноль должна быть, открой.
Yes, so low and sun visor.
Так, приступаю к открытию.
Actually, it should be night, so you can open it. All right. Oleg, Pyotr,
На связи.
go ahead.
Да, давайте сначала немножко пробежимся. Мы проверили страховку оборудования и инструментов.
So we have checked that all the hardware and the tools are secured properly.
Да, все было.
Yes, we confirm we secured everything during the preparation.
Зафиксированы на поручне.
So now the
Перекидные поручни зафиксированы.
are secured on the rails, and the bridge handrails are also secured. Copy. And also the safety tethers are secured on the rails, handrails, yes. Now let us proceed to the opening of the hatch. Take hatch 2 and transition it to the operational position. Did you copy me, Peter? Yes, I did. So we had a short LOS. We did not expect it. Now, let us start hatch opening. So the flag on the hatch 2 should be in the operational position. Copy. So the bolts are released until hot stop. And also the handles on the head should be in the closed position, and the tabs looking at each other, directed towards each other. Yes, now install the hatch 2. It is installed. And rotate now the hatch 2 to the open position. In work, I'm rotating.
Так, может, я пока фрагмент 8 уберу куда-нибудь?
Maybe I should just put cue card 8 away somewhere. Yes, so that it's not in the way.
Сейчас придется работать с люком,
Of course, we will have to work with the hatch right now, and the cue card will be on the way. Okay.
Ролики вышли из зацепки.
The rollers now are released.
Теперь ручку толкателя на себя до упора.
Now the
До полного.
pusher handle should be pulled until hard stop, and hold it at this position until the pressure drops. Pressure drops fully. Copy in work.
Нажал толкатель.
So the pusher is pulled.
Как там давление падает?
What about the pressure? Is it dropping?
Сейчас развернусь, посмотрю.
Okay, let me see. I have to turn around to do that. It is 6 millimeters, the pressure.
Отлично, значит, все хорошо.
Great news. So everything is going according to the plan.
Миллиметров.
5 millimeters. Pressure is dropping.
Продолжаю удерживать ручку толкатель.
I'm holding the pusher handle. It is still 5 millimeters. Copy.
Видны мелкие частички пыли.
I can see small specks of dust.
Воздух выходит.
So the air is going out. Well, you know, that's how it is. We cannot do anything about it. The pressure is 4.5 millimeters. Copy.
Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubro continuing to work the procedures to open the hatch to the Poisk module airlock. All of their Orlan suit systems are in good shape as they prepare to exit to begin today's spacewalk. The 242nd in support of ISS assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
Pyotr.
Oleg, Pyotr. This is Moscow. Go ahead.
У нас сейчас связь как-то будто бы нестабильно работает, хотя должна быть.
For some reason, we have unstable comm.
С вашими докладами.
So there will be some.
Ну, пока ничего не докладывает, давление 4 миллиметра по маноаккуметру. Ждем.
Delays in the reports, you know, and in our answers. Right now, the pressure is still 4 millimeters as per MV. Did you copy? Could you please repeat your last, Oleg?
Давление по маноаккуметру 4 миллиметра.
MV pressure is still 4 millimeters. We are standing by, and Pyotr is still holding the handle of the pusher. Copy.
Just moments away here from the start of today's spacewalk. The hatch opening still in work. The International Space Station flying 260 miles over Jakarta, Indonesia, moving from southwest to northeast.
Pyotr, try to pull the hatch towards yourself a little bit. Would it budge? Let me try.
Да, люк идет.
Yes,
Могу его открыть.
I will try to open it. Yes, it's a go to start opening this hatch. So the adjustable tether hook, your hook should be passed on to Oleg. Copy, in work. It is removed.
Сейчас отхожу в сторону от крышки люка.
So I'm moving the hatch.
Так, держи карабин.
So here is my hook of my tether. Yes, I'm holding it. Okay, you will have to secure it to the panel 201.
Так, 105, подожди.
And remove this slack.
Чехол кислородного шланга летает.
Okay, so there is the housing of the oxygen hose lying around. Pyotr, please stand by.
Так, на, держи. Прикрой пока.
Now, close it a little bit right now.
Прикрыл.
Yes, it is closed.
Карабин.
Now here is my hook
Так.
of my tether.
Так, есть. Так, давай карабин.
Now, give me your safety tether hook.
Взял.
Here it is. I got it.
Открываю.
I'm opening now the hatch.
Сворачивай. Так, есть. Зафиксировал.
Okay, I secured the hook and removed the slack.
Так, люк открыт.
The hatch is open. Copy. So we have started the time of the EVA. You have a go to install protective ring, guys.
Ты можешь фрагменты туда как-нибудь подсунуть?
Oleg, can you put this cue card away?
Фрагменты пока нет.
Not yet, Pyotr. I cannot do this yet.
Так. Фрагменты все вылетели.
All cue cards.
Так, они все у тебя.
So now you should have them.
Так, сейчас.
Let me
Может, попробуй
turn around.
кислородная шланга, если дотянется. Она должна прижать.
Maybe you can put them behind the oxygen hoses. They will be holding them down. Let me try.
Так. Один есть.
I got one.
Угу.
This is Mission Control Houston. The hatch to the Poisk airlock is open. The time that was reported back to the spacewalk officer here in Mission Control, Sarah Corona, was 9:41 a.m. Central Time, 10:41 a.m. Eastern Time. Russian spacewalk number 49 now officially underway.
So what should we do next? The next is a go to install protective ring. Copy.
Достаю защитную.
I'm retrieving protective ring.
Давай, держу.
Let me hold it for a while.
With the spacewalk now officially underway, Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubro will move outside of the airlock momentarily. First order of business will be to install a protective ring around the circumference of the Poisk airlock hatch to protect it from any micrometeoroid debris during the course of today's planned 7-hour spacewalk.
Copy. So I will secure one here. Oleg?
Once again, the start time for today's spacewalk measured by Russian airlock hatch opening, 9:41 a.m. Central Time, 10:41 a.m. Eastern Time. Russian spacewalks measured from hatch open to hatch close.
So the tab now is fully down on my side of the protective ring. I can see it quite clearly. Okay, so the lanyard should not be in the hatch opening. Please make sure. Well, it is a little bit out. Maybe we should turn the ring a little bit. Oleg, Pyotr? Go ahead. This is time to activate sublimators, so Pyotr, do it first, and then in 30 seconds, Oleg will activate his sublimator. Copy, in work, so the handle is in the position 6. Sublimator is on. This is Pyotr.
The first preparatory activities being reported from Russian flight controllers in Korolyov at the Russian Mission Control Center for Novitskiy and Dubro as they gather all of the crew lock bags, as they are called, with all of their tools and equipment for today's spacewalk. That includes all of the cabling for the power and data cables that they'll be connecting between the Poisk module and the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. In all, there will be a series of 8 power converters connected to U.S. power systems.
Right now, so maybe in 10 seconds, activate your sublimator. All right, sounds good.
They will be connected in 2 sets of 4 connectors apiece. Basically, they're called cable bundles. They will be hauled to the work site by Novitskiy and Dubro and methodically connected as the electrical power systems officer here in Mission Control in Houston will watch those systems, make sure that the correct routing is in place and all the inhibits are in place while the 2 cosmonauts are working to connect the cables into the proper configuration.
Down.
Так, давай пока кольцо, может, проверим. Да, давай, я тоже думаю, попробуйте у нас 180.
Let us try to turn the ring 180 degrees clockwise. Yes, let's try that.
Так, получится это к тебе.
So clockwise, it means in your direction. Pyotr, copy.
Так, еще.
A little bit more.
Тогда надо вот на эти 2. Тогда давай ты вот здесь вот ставь.
You know, you inserted the lock here, and I will try to reach it
Тогда шнурок не будет.
here, and then the lanyard won't be in the way.
Да, здесь неудобно, конечно.
Well, it's not very good access here, unfortunately.
Так, я вроде попал в отверстие.
I think I got the lock into the opening here.
Да, с моей стороны тоже попал.
Yes, I also succeeded in that. And the tap should be directed inside, right? Yes, towards me. Yes, that's right. Yes, I have the same situation. So we have secured protective rings. A copy. Okay. Guys, did you have to apply some effort to do this, guys? Yes. Yes, but now we managed and we did a pull test and it is not rotating, so it is installed properly. Pyotr, you reported that your switch is in the position 5, warm cold switch. You know, it's too much. For the, you have 13 degrees already. Yes, I switched it on until I felt the cooling, but now I feel cooling. I didn't feel it at first. That's why I decided to set it into this position. Now it is position 2 and 1. Pyotr, when you are done with that, you can start egressing MRM 2. So you have to attach hook of the fixed length safety tether towards MRM SM, shortcut handrail, and maybe we should first activate the lights. Yes, of course, a HIP light should be switched on. So will one be sufficient? Yes, I think so. Yes, I think I will be able to reach here, so one will be quite sufficient.
Yes,
while I am here, still let me reach with my hand and activate it. Copy.
Yes.
Got it. The second is on as well. Great. So the lights are on. And should we activate cameras right away? No, later. Once you are out, then you will activate your cameras. So I'm egressing. Okay, copy. Right. So the fixed length safety tether goes first. In a couple of minutes, you might have LOS for 4 minutes. Sounds good. So you can proceed taking out the bundles according to the procedure. And after that, Oleg will egress MRM2. Copy. I secured the tether on the handrail. Now the adjustable tether. I secured adjustable tether on the gap spanner. Copy, Pyotr. I am out. I have egress. Copy. I also will secure the short tether on the gap spanner. This is Pyotr. Got it. inaudible.
Oleg, Pyotr.
Oleg, Pyotr.
Да.
Go ahead.
На связи.
Ну, можно включать обоим
It's a go to activate ISS. So please check that the control handle is in the mid position. And you can operate the switch warm code manually. Unintelligible.
This is Mission Control Houston. Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubro in the early stages of their spacewalk today. The second spacewalk they have conducted together, the first being 3 months ago. They're looking at a view from the Russian Mission Control Center. We should be getting downlink video from outside of the International Space Station momentarily. The hatch to the Poisk airlock was opened at 9:41 a.m. Central Time, 10:41 a.m. Eastern Time. That's when the call down came from the crew at the Poisk airlock. They have installed a protective ring around the airlock to make sure that it is pristine during the course of today's planned 7-hour spacewalk. And now the two cosmonauts are in the process of removing all of their tools and equipment from the airlock itself. That includes a crew lock bag with power cable clamps and the power cables themselves, along with handrails, as part of the initial outfitting of the electrical systems and the exterior of the newly arrived Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module.
SR. Copy. Are you ready to receive the bundle, Pyotr? Stand by 1. Got it? I am ready to receive the bundles from you. Are you ready, Pyotr? Pyotr, did you copy? You know, there is a lot of noise, but I am ready to receive. Okay, I think I heard that you are ready. I didn't copy you. So the first crew lock bag with the tools, that's what I'm receiving first. Yes, that's correct, this one. So should I give you the hook? Something that I can secure my red on. Got it? Have you secured it? Yes, I have. So here is the hook. So now remove your safety tether, Oleg. Should I remove it? Yes. Go ahead. You know, you are practically unintelligible, Pyotr. It's very hard to copy what you say. I will try to secure. You know, it wouldn't budge, unfortunately. Now I'm getting the second bundle
ready. I do not understand what you are saying. Me neither. I am moving towards the Strela. Maybe we should try and employ the backup transmitter. Yes, I will try to do that. You know, I can hear Moscow quite well, but I cannot hear Pyotr at all. Well, try to activate the backup transmitter. Backup transmitter is on at EVA2, and the EVA1 also on the backup transmitter. Okay, so the prime is off and the backup is on, but you know, no improvement, unfortunately, on the comm. Unintelligible. Oh, it's kind of interference that seems to be permanent and constant, would not change. Okay, we continue. Yes, it's a go. So, is it a go to continue take the kits and bundles out?
MCC Moscow, I am continuing my operations. I can hear you only poorly. I am trying to attach the crew log bag. MCC Moscow, how do you copy?
Я вообще не могу разобрать ничего.
We're not going to be talking that much anymore, so we need a person who's going to relay that information. We are not able to hear Artem either. Oleg, you're barely intelligible. I don't understand what you're saying. Do you understand me? What I hear you pretty well. I hear you pretty well, but Oleg, it's just overlapping noise and interferences. Artem is trying to do the setup, so I'm going to wait for him. Okay, copy. Here we go. No noise.
Pyotr.
Okay, that is now beautiful sound. Peter? Where, Peter? Now I can read you pretty well right now.
This is Mission Control Houston, our first view of the cosmonauts outside of the Poisk airlock as they begin to set up their equipment. Moving towards the Strela operator's post. The Strela is the telescoping boom that you see extending downward at the bottom of your screen that will be used to transport Pyotr Dubro and Oleg Novitskiy down to the Multipurpose Laboratory Module later in the spacewalk today for the beginning of the procedure to mate 8 power connectors that will begin to route power from the U.S. segment power systems on the International Space Station to the newly arrived Nauka module.
We were looking at the option yesterday, so for Oleg to give me the crew bag, and I was going to quickly attach it to the handrail, and then he was going to give me bridge handrail. If it is going to be a complicated task to secure them, then Oleg can translate to the operator post, and I would be working with the kids here. I think it makes sense to switch to the prime transmitter, or are we going to work with the backup transmitter for now? Well, let's switch to the prime. Artem, what do you think? Or do you think it's going to be too bad? Well, right now it's quiet. Could you repeat your last? Artem, are we going to switch to the prime transmitter? We're both working with the backup transmitters. This is, let's ask Gennady about it. Okay, why is it secured only with one hook? I am holding on to the hook.
Oleg Novitskiy at the bottom of your screen wearing the Orlan suit bearing the red stripes. Pyotr Dubro that you will see here momentarily is wearing the suit bearing the blue stripes. Novitskiy is EV1 or extravehicular crew member number 1. Dubro is EV2 as they conduct their work outside of the International Space Station, hooking up power and Ethernet cables to connect the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module in this, the first of up to 11 spacewalks that cosmonauts will conduct to fully activate Nauka over the period of the next several months.
Our specialists are saying,
and there is a good view of Dubro with the suit with the blue stripes. This is the second spacewalk for both Novitskiy and Dubro. They logged 7 hours and 19 minutes of spacewalking time outside of the station back on June 2nd in the final decommissioning of the Pirs docking compartment that ultimately was undocked and deorbited, burning up in the Earth's atmosphere to make way on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment for the arrival of Nauka, which docked to that same port that Pirs had occupied for 2 decades. Nauka docked to the station automatically on July 29th.
Hold on 1 second.
The International Space Station now in an orbital sunrise over the northern Pacific Ocean, about to begin a swing from northwest to southeast that will take the complex and its 7 crew members, including our 2 spacewalkers for today, just north of San Francisco.
Got it? Yes, I got it. I am going to disengage my hook. Okay, copy. Hold the hook. Okay, that's it, I got it. I am going to try to maneuver them out.
Novitskiy and Dubro are carrying 2 crew lock bags that contain cable clamps and the cable reels to which the power converter cables and the Ethernet cables are mounted on. And that will be the source of most of the work for the day once they arrive at the work site at the various locations. The first order of business in today's activity will be to route power cables from the Poisk module to the Nauka module, and then they'll mate a series of 8 connectors to Nauka.
I have translated to the side of the operator post. Yes, please do not move too far away, and activate the cameras, and then you can translate. Maybe I'm going to activate them right now. Yes, you can go ahead and do it.
Так, одна включена.
One is on.
Я готов тоже приступить.
I'm also ready to start turning cameras on.
Принято.
Copy.
Тут в Москве приступать.
MC to Moscow, should I start?
Да, Петр, приступай. Ты сам
Yes, go ahead. Do you need Oleg's help, Peter, or do you think you'll be able to manage on your own? Turning on cameras
Разрешение включено.
are not too complicated. Low definition camera is on. The LED is on. High definition camera is also on.
Принято.
Copy.
Олег, у тебя тоже обе включены, да?
Oh, you also have
Нет, у меня включено только низкого разрешения. Высокого еще нет.
well, my for Oleg only the low definition camera is on. The high def camera is not on yet. Copy.
Так, есть. Включена. Светодиод горит.
Yes, I confirm it's on. The LED is on.
Так, готов. Выполнить
I am ready to egress MRM2.
Мало постоянной длины страхуешь. И дальше выходишь.
Make sure you secure yourself with the hooks of the
Принял.
non-retractable tethers. Okay, copy. And translate to in the direction of the operator post. Copy.
Так, фал постоянной длины на поручне 60-27.
My non-retractable tether hook is secured to handrail 6027. Copy.
Фал постоянной длины также.
Non-retractable tether. Non-retractable tether is also secured. Copy.
Так, зафиксировал крылок бэк и поручни.
I have secured
Крылок бэк
the крылок bag on the
с фалом закреплен за
DGF.
кольцо на такелажном узле.
I used the tether and hook, and I also wrapped white tape around the handrail.
Так как первая точка
Also, the same tape is wrapped around the handrail is the first attach
на
point,
крайнем леере.
and it's secured to the last hook of the
Кольцо свободно.
DGF.
Almost 31 minutes into the spacewalk, Novitskiy and Dubro working to connect their crew lock bag with most of the cable reels and the cables themselves for the power, with the power connectors to the Strela boom that is mounted on the side of the Poisk module. The airlock from which they emerged a short time ago is on the opposite side of the view of Poisk that you see at the bottom of your screen. The crew lock bags will be temporarily housed on a mounting post on the Strela boom, this telescoping boom that the cosmonauts use to maneuver themselves back and forth from one work site to another. There's another bundle of equipment that is equipped with handrails that will be attached to the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module later on in today's spacewalk that is expected to last about 7 hours in duration.
The tether we're talking about.
Once the Strela boom is properly configured with all of the equipment, the two cosmonauts will begin to make their way to a patch panel on the Poisk module. That's where the initial work to begin connecting the power cables will take place over the course of the next couple of hours.
I secured one hook to the non-retractable tether. The second hook I have secured to the UTV. I did secure it to the middle ring.
На верхнее.
to the upper ring.
Так, перемещаюсь на такие.
I am going to translate to the PZGF.
Так, первый подошел к посту.
The first EVA-1 is at the operator post.
Принято. Ожидаем
По
рефлексацию.
постоянной длины.
Copy. The non-retractable tether is
Самой
located, is secured to the stroller itself, to the yaw control handle,
переменной длины.
and the retractable tether is on the circular handrail. Copy.
Ты можешь на самом деле даже пока уже заранее перейти в
Well, right now you can actually switch the retractable tether to the other side
пока мы все равно
while you're working with the cable, while we're still waiting. Okay, copy.
The International Space Station is flying over southwestern New Mexico at this hour. As you see, Oleg Novitskiy wearing the Orlan suit with the red stripes at the top of the Strela boom at what is known as the operator's post.
The MOM.
This essentially is equipped with a crank handle that enables the Strela boom, Strela, the Russian word for arrow, to be extended to its full duration of almost 60 feet in length, that the cosmonauts use to move back and forth from one work site to another during their spacewalks.
можешь остаться на СТУ.
They are temporarily attaching all of their equipment to the Strela boom before they begin work to open up a connector patch panel on the Poisk module at the very outset of the work that will unfold over the next several hours to connect power and Ethernet cables linking up the Poisk module to the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module.
Олег,
Ответил.
Alex, go ahead.
ты сейчас наблюдаешь
Are you currently
с кабелем СС-2?
looking at the set 2 cable? Looking at the set 2 cable, Express 2, it's facing me. I'm looking at the reel.
Трасса перехода тебе понятна, СП-2?
So do you understand the translation path to the PET-2? Well, I'm trying to plan it.
Такелажный узел расфиксирован.
Grapple fixture is released.
Принято. Олег, приступаем к поднятию стрелы.
So you can start lifting the stroller. Okay? Copy.
Петр, ты наблюдаешь поручень 21-23?
Peter, do you see handrail 21-23?
Так, нет, с этой стороны.
No, it's slightly obscured from this side.
Так, сейчас, может, когда приподнимемся, будет готово.
Maybe when we lift up a little bit, we'll see. I am ready to lift.
Так, выполняю.
Go ahead and start.
Так, вот здесь какой-то карабин мешает.
There is some sort of a hook and it's in the way.
Тебе видно, там все хорошо?
Peter, do you see well? Is everything okay? There was a short palm dropout.
Артем, у тебя идет видео от наших камер?
Tom, do you see the video from our cameras?
Пока еще настраиваем, пока еще не...
We're setting it up for now. We're not receiving the video yet. We're receiving the video from the truss.
Так, ну тут достаточно, нет? Ну, смотри, если над антеннами вот здесь нормально
Oh,
пройдет.
so if the antenna can fit through here,
Да, достаточно. Так,
yes,
да,
it should be
достаточно.
sufficient for the antenna.
Так, зафиксировал
I
рукоятку.
have secured the handle.
Для выдвижения стрелы.
I am moving on to the handle for the Strela extension.
21-23.
21-23, is it where the cable holder is located? The one we're going to use to route the Ethernet cable through. Yes, that is correct.
Так, приступаю к выдвижению стрелы.
Okay, I'm starting to extend the Strela. Cargo boom. Copy. Started.
Есть движение?
We confirm motion.
Принял.
Copy.
Так, мы сейчас идем немножко мимо поручня 21-23, немножко...
We're going slightly past the handrail 21-23 in the direction of the service module.
Ничего страшного, Петр.
If we're going to,
Принципиально. Главное, чтобы в ту зону попасть.
you just need to get in that area, into that zone. You do not need to aim specifically for the 21-23 handrail. Okay, copy.
Наверное, достаточно.
I think it is sufficient.
Принял. Зафиксировал рукоятку выдвижения.
I secured the handrail for the Strela extension. Copy.
Так, сзади меня какая-то конструкция. Сзади тебя солнечная антенна.
There is something behind me, some structure. Solar array is behind you. Do you see it? Yes, I see it. Should I lower it? I am ready.
Принял.
Copy.
Опускаю.
I'm lowering it.
Состояние. Там СТУ к антенне не подходит. Тебе видно? Он где крыло.
Do you see that the STU is not approaching the solar array? We're starting receiving camera videos.
Нет, так антенну СТУ не зацепляет, но довольно близко к мишени.
This STU is not touching the antenna, but it's getting very close to the target.
Еще ближе повернулась к мишени.
But it should fit. Well, it got even closer to the target. Now Strela is flexing a little, is oscillating.
Там вторая антенна не помешает.
The second antenna.
Здесь тоже мишень.
There is a target here as well.
Так, опускаем потихоньку. До
So
мишени
you
не
can
дотянулись, да, она чуть-чуть дальше.
lower it a little bit. No, the target is a little bit farther away, so we didn't get as far as the target. So you can lower.
Немножко надо влево.
You need to move to the left a little bit. To the service module, yes, to the service module. I have secured it.
Мне там не дотянуться будет.
I won't be able to reach it.
Переместить в сторону СС.
I am ready to move you in the direction of the service module. I'm ready for motion.
Так, есть движение.
I confirm motion.
Стоп, достаточно. Так, все, можно дальше. Так, зафиксировал.
I have secured it.
Дальше что?
What else do I need to do? I need to move me down. I confirm down.
Так, приступил. Движение.
I have started motion down
И стоп.
and stopped here. I think it's enough. It's sufficient.
Порядка зафиксировано.
The handle is secured. Copy. Copy.
Так. Тогда я перехожу к фиксирующему.
I am going to move to the attachment plate number 2.
Да, Олег, переходи к
Yes, move to the attachment plate number 2, Oleg.
Так. А поршни, которые можно пользоваться...
And the handrails we can use are only on the FGB side at this time, correct?
Можно через балку стрелы перейти.
You can translate over the cargo boom and use the handrails. So when we're routing cables along the radio handrails of the FGB toward the PFO. Yes, correct. And you will need to route it along the FGB. So I have secured the grapple fixture on the handrail 2123. This is where we're going to be able to secure it. When we come back from the FGB, there is sufficient distance. And I'm going to perform translation to attach the cable holders. Copy. Artyom, can we use the tether that is here between this trellis? No. Okay, copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. This helmet camera view from Pyotr Dubro, who's extravehicular crew member number 2 on today's spacewalk, along with Oleg Novitskiy, as they are making their way around the area of the work site to set up shop at the connector patch panel on the Poisk module. That will be the first order of business for them to open up that patch panel, open up a thermal covering on the connector patch panel, and begin to unreel a length of cable that houses the power connectors for the start of the connection of the connector points between the Poisk module and the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. This is the first in what is expected to be a series of 11 spacewalks to outfit and activate Nauka. The next spacewalk planned for September 9th will jointly connect the television systems between the Zvezda service module and Nauka, and the activation of Nauka's television systems, also connecting a Core's automated rendezvous system cable to an antenna on Nauka to further enable its capability for the arrival of future vehicles that will dock to a node module at the nadir port of Nauka. There will be additional spacewalks to begin the work to initialize the European robotic arm that was launched on Nauka from the Baikonur Cosmodrome back on July 21st, and then a series of spacewalks associated with the configuration of that robotic arm for its operation, a control test of that arm, the transfer of a radiator from the Rosviet module to the Nauka module, using the European robotic arm, and the deployment of a radiator that will be attached to Nauka to provide cooling for the module over the long term of its existence.
True. Are you seeing the labeling on the service module handrail? I see right now handrail number 2112. I think this is the cable holders are shaped as handcuffs are installed here. We will need the handrail 2122. Yes, exactly. I confirm. You need to install the cable holders on these handrails for labeling. On the handrail 2122.
Good view of Oleg Novitskiy, veteran Russian cosmonaut, as he is working right outside of the Poisk module, beginning the work to route a power cable bundle towards cable clamps that are on handrails from Poisk to the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module.
I have translated to the plate. Okay, I understand. Copy all. That's what I meant, that number 12 is closer. Yes, Peter. On handrail number 12, there should be MLM antenna. So accordingly, you will need to understand where you should be installing it, where it's more convenient to install it.
Antenna MLM.
MLM antenna on handrail number 12, not far from it. It should be in the folded configuration. Yes, I see the antenna. So it might interfere with some of the dimensions there. I think the distance is considerable. There should not be any problem. I'll start releasing the cable bundle number 2. You need to secure it first.
Да, я принял.
Okay, copy.
Мне просто интересно, где здесь
I'm just wondering where
фиксирующие какие-нибудь элементы.
Where are the attachment points here?
Да, наблюдаю.
Yes, I am observing that.
Ага, не за те колечки зафиксировали.
Okay, it looks like these are not the right rings. Okay.
Поручень. Кабельный держатель.
Handrail. 2112, attaching this.
Наклон в сторону MLM.
And then tilting it toward the MLM. That's correct.
А то фиксировать нужно за мотив.
So the attaching, we need to attach the rings. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct, because then the coil we will unreel, and you will need these available. Okay, I have attached it using 2 soft rings, because otherwise the tethers are coiled around the plate. We copy.
Что здесь прям совсем вплотную к ДБ не получается, поручень немножко искривлен.
The handrail is a little bent, and I do have a gap of about 3 centimeters here, so I can't do it immediately adjacent. No, that's not a problem. That's fine. The ring itself is very close to the antenna. We have a little bit of distance if we turn it. So the cable head, you can lift it a little bit. Yes, that's what I meant. If I rotate it a little bit, it should be okay. So I think you need to orient the attachment point at the time when we pull the cable. Yes, that's what I was thinking. Okay. Pulling the cable slightly. We copy.
Так, рассфиксировал.
Полоборота, Петр.
I have unlocked. Okay, rotate half a turn, Pyotr. Okay, Oleg, we copied.
Я думаю, здесь все укладка такая более...
I think that this way is neater.
Да, наблюдаю, что у тебя...
Yes, I am observing the fact that your cable is all loosened up.
Может быть, одно кольцо сделать?
No, it's just the way that it was set up to begin with.
Так, ну как-то
Okay,
вроде собрал.
I seem to have gathered it all.
Нет, Олег.
Copy, Oleg.
Тепло здесь.
It's warm here.
Да, даже мне.
Yes, even for me.
Я уже рестер холод поставил, не знаю, что пока.
I've set it to the cold setting, but I can't say that I'm sensing it right now so far.
This is Mission Control Houston, approaching the 1 hour mark in today's spacewalk by Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubro. As we watch the two cosmonauts from their helmet cameras setting up their equipment along the Poisk module, that equipment containing bags of power cables and cable connector equipment that will be used to route power cables from the Poisk module to the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. There will be 8 connectors in all, 2 different bundles of connectors that the two cosmonauts will work their way through one by one, 4 connectors apiece, to provide electrical continuity between the newly arrived Nauka module and the U.S. segment power systems.
Артем.
Artyom,
Вопрос. Вот кабельный
go ahead. I have a question. The cable clamp that's already installed on handrail 2122, are we supposed to pull it through that? Correct. That's why you need to install the cable clamps closer to the FGB. Yes, because
The two cosmonauts are in the process of completing the routing and installation of cable clamps through which the cables will be properly routed in the geometry between the Poisk module and the Nauka module.
1520. The requirement is no less than 5 centimeters, so 15 should be okay. Yes, definitely we will have the clearance of at least 5 centimeters, especially if I turn it here.
Камерам видно, как установлено?
From the cameras, can you see how it is installed? Pyotr, every now and then we get the video with interruptions. From my end, it looks very good. Okay, copy that. I will continue with the installation. Copy.
Как у тебя успехи с проходом кабеля?
Oleg, how are you doing?
У меня довольно неплохо. Медленно, уверенно.
I'm doing good. I am moving toward Pyotr steadily. What I need to do still is to release the cables from this clamp. Although I can
Кабельный держатель, а потом освободить.
move it toward Pyotr first, the cable clamp, then release it. Let me take a look, and then move there.
Так, установил второй кабельный.
I have installed the second cable clamp. Copy, Pyotr. You have our go to install the cable clamps on the MLM.
Так, вижу П-образный поруч.
We have the T handle.
Так, 4209, 4010.
Number 4009 and 4010. We copy that.
Артем, могу двумя карабинами зафиксироваться за подковообразный поруч?
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour, 1 minute into today's spacewalk. Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubro working per the timeline as they install cable clamps in the routing path between the Poisk module and the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module, to which power cables and Ethernet cables will be routed and played out, ultimately to provide power continuity between the U.S. segment power systems and the newly arrived Nauka module. Today's spacewalk, the 5th for Expedition 65, the 10th out of the International Space Station this year, to be followed next Thursday by another spacewalk by Novitskiy and Dubro to continue the work for the outfitting of the new Nauka module, and then yet another spacewalk a week from Sunday on September 12th by Station Commander Aki Hoshide and Thomas Pesquet out of the Quest airlock of the station to install the next bracket or mod kit, as it is known, on the Port 4 truss segment of the International Space Station that will set the stage for the arrival and installation of the third in a series of 6 ISS rollout solar arrays to be launched to the station on a future SpaceX cargo mission.
There is some sort of structure here. I don't know if you can see that, what this is. Some sort of item. Yes, it's a valve.
Okay. So if I tilt it this way, then it will be very close here. Well, it's important for us to ensure that we have a sufficient clearance between cables. Other than that, that should be okay. Okay, got it.
Поручни оттягивают в сторону.
Handrails going to the side.
Перестрахуюсь коротким фалом.
And then just to be extra secure, maybe this safety, a short safety tether.
Так, завел вкладывный держатель.
Okay, I have put it inside the cable clamp. I can't see the number of the handrail. It should be 2112. Probably. That cable is not secured by anything else. That's your way to secure it. Well, it's still attached to the other clamp as well, but it's very close, so I'm just going to go ahead and remove that right now. Okay, we copy. I've installed the clamp on handrail 4009. It's very close. The cable is very close to this valve here. That's okay. Maybe you should try to tighten it by hand so that we leave it in the appropriate position. Yes, I'll tighten it a little bit. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour, 7 minutes into today's spacewalk. Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubro continuing to install cable clamps as they prepare to begin the work to unfurl power cables from their crew lock bags, their equipment bags, that will set the stage for the start of the mating of connectors for those power cables between the Poisk module and U.S. power cables on the U.S. segment of the International Space Station that will then, in turn, route power to the newly arrived Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module.
Get the wrench.
A spectacular view of the South Atlantic from one of the cosmonauts' high-definition cameras. This actually coming from Pyotr Dubrov's high-definition helmet camera.
At least 30.
A good view of the Soyuz MS-18 spacecraft attached to the Rosviet module on the Russian segment of the station.
Okay.
As the International Space Station begins to fly just to the south of Africa on a track that will take it from southwest to northeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator.
Is this where we're going to put the cable? No, for this cable, it's 4010. For this one? Correct. Okay, well then I'll just wait. I have a little bit of time to take a breather. Yes, Oleg, you can use this time to take a closer look at the condition of the cable and the connector. And then kit 1. This is a difficult place on handrail 1500. Okay? Yes, I'm looking right now. When I go back, I'll take a closer look to make sure that the cable is not interfering. Sounds good. Cable and the connectors, what is their condition? Do they look good? Yes, the cable looks good. Feels soft. The connectors are capped. You see the decals? Yes, I can read it. I can see HAP 16-2, 16-4. Okay. Okay, I have tightened it using the ratchet wrench. Okay, I think I can move it a little bit. Better. You know, I think leave what's good enough, good enough. Now, tell me about what you think about the wrench. Where do you want to put it? I think I want to put it back in the crew lock bag. Okay. Right now, I am using the same hook that I used before. And it's on the large ret, secured. Okay, the large hook, that's yours, right? Yes, that's the one that I had for the tools. Okay, we copied that. Oleg, you can put away the wrench and attach the tether to 4010. Got it.
Через 5 минут наступит тень.
In 5 minutes, we're gonna go dark. Okay, we copy. Okay, I don't think I should have brought the wrench.
Так, завел.
Okay, I have
Держатель кабеля на поручне 40-10.
moved the clamp behind handrail 4010. We copy that. And attach the wrench.
Сжать вот этот наручник, чтобы кабель там был жестче зафиксирован.
Can you compress the clamp a little more so that the cable is tight? Okay, so you want me to do more of this so that it doesn't dangle here? Yes, just don't overdo it. But we don't need the slack in this area. Okay, I have tightened it as much as I could. It really doesn't have much slack here, but also not too tight, not too taut. Okay, we copy that.
Okay.
Oleg. Yes.
Смотри, пожалуйста, тумблер основного насоса.
Look at the switch of the main pump, please. Okay, yeah, it's on. Okay. Please switch off the main valve to the backup. Okay, I've done that. Thank you. Artyom, maybe I should leave this coil here. It's got clamps. It's not going anywhere. Yes, sure. Let's not waste our time with this. Okay, so I've put away the wrench into the crew lock bag. Now I see the cable coil. I see plate 16. All right, do you want to grab it now? Let me turn. I see this, and I'm taking this. Pyotr. Yes, go ahead. Can you assess whether we will have a lot of slack in the cable? Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty significant. Okay. You know, on the second thought, it won't be a lot of lag. 30, 50, maybe inaudible. Approximately. So you will secure the clamp to the handrail 4019, or will you mate connectors? What will you do first? I think I will mate connectors first, and then I will understand whether I will need the clamp, or maybe just wire tie will be sufficient. Copy. In 1 minute, you will enter into the eclipse. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour, 17 minutes into today's spacewalk. Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubro working in tandem near the Multipurpose Laboratory Module, having laid out all of their equipment and installed cable clamps through which a series of power cables and Ethernet cables will be strung throughout the course of today's spacewalk. They are approaching the point in today's timeline where they will begin to make the first quartet of connectors between the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module and U.S. power cable bundle systems on the U.S. segment of the International Space Station that are routed through the Zarya module, which is connected, the connecting point basically between the U.S. and Russian segments. There are two separate cable bundles of power connectors, 4 connectors apiece, that need to be mated by Novitskiy and Dubro to begin the process of enabling power continuity to exist between Nauka and the rest of the International Space Station. Nauka, which was launched back on July 21st and which automatically docked to the station on July 29th, will provide a variety of support capability for the Russian segment of the station, including a science laboratory, a new airlock from which Russian spacewalks can be conducted. It will serve as the home for the node module called Prichal, which will be launched later this year to dock to the nadir port of Nauka. That is a multi-hatched bulbous module, if you will, to accommodate multiple vehicles that can dock to the Russian segment of the station. It will also provide the capability for the operation of a new European robotic arm that the European Space Agency outfitted on Nauka during its processing phase. It will provide an additional crew quarters, an additional toilet, an oxygen generation system, and a deployable radiator that is currently stowed on the Rosviet module, but which will be transferred to Nauka during a later spacewalk in this series of up to 11 excursions by Russian cosmonauts to fully outfit the new Nauka module.
Located on the side of this handrail. Maybe one end can be pushed behind the handrail, Pyotr. Well, you know, I would like to divide those two valves. Of course, there is a gap spanner in the middle.
Хорошо, я также получил рекомендацию, если вам недостаточно освещения, то можно включить орлановские светильники.
You know, I have received recommendations from the specialists that if the lighting conditions are not sufficient, you can activate Orlan lights. Well, you know, it's not that important right now, but when I move closer to the panel, patch panel, then I might activate Orlan lights. Copy, Oleg. I can see the patch panel number 16 and connectors on it. I think I will start with cleaning the connectors.
Pyotr, вот эти подвязки мы...
Pyotr, these ties, they should be removed. Copy. Well, but it's not very easy to remove them here. It's a hard task.
Я отключил светильники Орлана.
So I activated Orlan lights. This is Oleg. Copy, Oleg.
Так, Артем, а двигатели у нас находятся вот там за точными 4020, 4020.
And these thrusters are behind the handrails 4021, 4022, correct? Come again, Pyotr. What? No. They are to the left of me. These thrusters. Of course, this is the area where I should not move in. Yes. Yes, they are actually behind the frame. Pyotr, this is Artyom. Go ahead, Moscow.
У меня предложение.
I have a suggestion.
Все вот эти стяжки
Remove all ties from the connectors on the patch panel and then continue working. Well, that's exactly what I'm doing. I will try to make a 180 degrees turn so that it will be more convenient for me, because it is more convenient when the handrail is on top of me. And then I will secure my tether to it. This is Oleg. I have reached the patch panel number 2 with the cable number 1. There is a very big loop here. Well, you've already have some experience, Oleg, with that. Yes. I have experience, but I do not understand which cable will crisscross the Ethernet cable, because they are all in a bundle. Maybe from this handrail you can cut, on MRM both cables, and the Ethernet cable and the other one. To tell the truth, I cannot see very clearly from here how these cables are routed further on and where they will be crisscrossing. I will try to make the bundle a little bit smaller so that I will be able to draw it through the cables somewhere. Yes, we think it's a good idea. And the covers from the connectors also should be put into the bag, right? They are not secured with ties. The caps, let me see. It's hard to say because I cannot see very well here. I think there are no ties on the cap. No, they are not tied. I will start removing them right now, and then I will see better. Copy, Pyotr?
This is Mission Control Houston approaching the 90-minute mark into today's spacewalk as Novitskiy and Dubro familiarize themselves with the connector patch panel on the Poisk module of the International Space Station. This will begin the process of connecting power cable bundles from the newly arrived Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module to the U.S. power systems through the Zarya module of the International Space Station that connects the U.S. and Russian segments of the complex. There are 2 such power bundles, each one connecting 4 separate connectors for a total of 8 power connectors. That will be followed later in today's spacewalk by the mating of Ethernet connectors as well.
Yes, there should be a cable clamp but it has to be rerouted. Of course, it is directed towards MRM2, but it should be directed towards MLM. Copy. You know, there is a wire tie on 1502 that is installed there. Yes, I apologize. You're right. It's a wire tie there. So should I just leave it there for a while? I mean, Ethernet cable? Yes. And we are taking number 1. I understand, but I don't want to get into trouble when I will start dealing with this crisscrossing of cables. Oleg, if you think that you will untie wire tie and you will have more slack and it will be more convenient for you, then you can do it right now. Because the Ethernet cable is going between the two cable clamps on FGB and then goes to the wire tie on the handrail 1502. So I will untie it here and will route it between the cables number 1 and number 2. Copy, Oleg. You know, it's very hard to see it on the picture. Yes, it is a slack that we will need to use, so to say, to release, and somebody had tied it. You know, I confirm that the caps are not tied, and it is not easy to secure them before you remove them even. Well, that's not good news.
Может быть, уже часть оборудования на карабине, который зафиксирован, убрать в локбэк?
Piotr, maybe some hardware, you know, that is secured with a tether can be put into the bag. You know, I have just 2 caps left, and I will stow them there, all of them at once. All right, sounds good.
Петр, ну ты смотри, может быть тебе отключить орлановские светильники все-таки?
Piotr, maybe you should deactivate Orlan lights. I did not switch them on. Oleg, who did it? Okay, the voltage is 26 and 9, and for me it is 26 and 8. This is Piotr. I did not activate Orlan's lights. This is Piotr. I understand. No, actually the lightning conditions are quite sufficient for me. This is Piotr. I don't need Orlan's lights. Well, you can try, you know, and just evaluate whether it is better or not. Well, of course it is better. I mean, the visibility is better, but without them, it's also fine.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour 32 minutes into today's spacewalk. Pyotr Dubro has installed power cable clamps on the Zvezda service module, and now we'll begin the process of mating connectors between the power cable bundle number 2, as it is known, that is a cable bundle that is associated with Nauka and U.S. power segment electrical path. That will be mated to a Nauka connector patch panel that you have been looking at, that's at the top of your screen here. The first of two such bundles of power cables, 8 cables in all, 8 connectors to be mated to begin the process of providing power connectivity to the newly arrived Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module.
They will just get loose and fly away. You know, it's not very good access here. So, but I will try not to make haste, and I will do it. I will take my time with this cap. You know, what about gap spanner? This is Oleg. Well, the gap spanner can be used for tethering, a few tethers. Okay, copy. Yes, you know, I cannot reach here very well. This is Pyotr. I will have to remove the caps without securing them, and you know, and then put them into the trash bag right away. Well, maybe Oleg can help you, Pyotr, if he comes closer, and you will do it together. You know, I put it into the bag and it didn't get inside. But Pyotr, let us wait for Oleg, and he will hold a trash bag for you, and you will show the caps in it. And right now you can just take a breather or do something else. Yes, I need to take a breather, I think. Yes, Pyotr, don't make haste. And when you are fine, when you feel fine, then you will resume working. All right. I managed to catch the cap that flew away. I will try to secure it well. That's good news. Copy. And I will put it away right away. Yes, I managed to put it into the trash bag. Copy, Pyotr. Good news. I can retether the crew lock bag to another handrail, and then on my way back I will retrieve it from here. Yes, of course, it's a go.
A good view of Pyotr Dubro as he begins to work in the mating of the first 4 of 8 power connectors, power cables basically, from the Poisk module to the Nauka module, a total of 8 power cables to be connected to provide electrical continuity between the U.S. segment of the station and the newly arrived Nauka module. Ethernet cables also to be routed during the course of today's spacewalk. Handrails to be installed in this first of 11 such spacewalks over the next several months to fully outfit and activate Nauka as a module that will accommodate science activities, to be used as a multi-port docking destination for Russian vehicles, and to serve as a second airlock from which Russian spacewalks can be conducted. Today's spacewalk began with the opening of the hatch to the Poisk module airlock at 9:41 a.m. Central Time, 10:41 Eastern. Usually Russian spacewalks get underway a bit earlier than that. Today's spacewalk was timed out to match daylight and dark passes over the course of the Earth, as well as communications capability with the International Space Station. There is no formula for when a spacewalk needs to begin necessarily. Today's spacewalk is slated to last about 7 hours in duration.
Here on these cables, the caps are secured. Pyotr, could you please come again? We didn't get you last. On these cables, the caps are secured, are tied. Yes, it's very important information. Thank you. Okay, so 16.4. I'm starting the mating of the connectors. Copy, Pyotr. Try to give a running commentary and wait until my confirmation.
The Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov outside Moscow instructing Pyotr Dubro to provide a running commentary as he begins work to mate this first series of 4 power connectors between the Poisk module and the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module that arrived at the space station back on July 29th.
I understand we cannot use the adjustable tether in the work zone. No, we cannot use adjustable there.
And just a reminder, this is, again, the first of a trio of spacewalks to be conducted over the next 9 days. Next up on Thursday, September 9th, Novitskiy and Dubro will be back outside of the International Space Station in the second in the series of Nauka outfitting excursions. They will be working to install a cable, another Ethernet cable device. They'll be installing 2 high-frequency cables between the Zvezda service module and the Nauka to provide a TV capability from the newly arrived module. They'll also be installing a cable between the Zvezda service module's core's automated rendezvous system and the Nauka core's antenna feeder unit, as it is called, that will provide an automated rendezvous capability as a docking port for Nauka for future Russian vehicles arriving at the International Space Station. They'll be installing another handrail, and they'll be installing a platform with adapters that will be used to house future cosmonauts at various work sites in that area around the new multipurpose laboratory module. And on Sunday, September 12th, Station Commander Aki Hashide from the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency and Thomas Pesquet of the European Space Agency will venture outside the Quest airlock on the U.S. segment of the station to install a bracket known as a mod kit on the P4 or Port 4 truss of the International Space Station, to which the third in the series of 6 IROSA or ISS rollout solar arrays will be attached once that new array is delivered to the space station on a future SpaceX cargo flight.
Copy. The connectors are mated. So inaudible is closed. Copy.
Dubrov now reporting the first of these 4 connectors has been mated.
You know, I think I snagged at something here. This is Oleg. All right, this connector 16-4 is mated and sewed. Copy, Pyotr. Oleg, something is in the way of your translation, right? Yes, I think something is snagging at my back. This is Pyotr. Can we remove this hot pins? Yes. Well, Oleg, you might be with your back to the MRM2, or maybe you think it is some attached hardware. You know, I can see my back, not see my back, actually. Cannot tell. Pyotr, you started saying something? I have a question. Can we leave or keep these ties on the Lyra connectors? Did you copy my question, Moscow? Pyotr, we had a short LOS. So if these loops are secured there, then you can keep them as is, because they will be closed with MLI flap. So I think it will be fine. All right, copy that.
As Pyotr Dubro works to mate the 4 connectors, the first cable bundle series of connectors between the Poisk module and the Nauka module, we are going to be passing out of range of the tracking and data relay satellite system for downlink video capability for about a 10-minute period before we regain that communications capability with the next satellite on our TDRS network. We will continue, however, to be able to hear discussions between the Russian cosmonauts and flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov. Everything proceeding just about on the timeline for today's spacewalk, now 1 hour and 48 minutes in duration.
Oleg, Pyotr, how do you copy me? This is Moscow. Oleg, Pyotr, how did you copy? Yes, Artyom, we copy you. Well, let us try to do something inaudible to communicate better. I have located 16-3 on the patch panel and on the cable as well, the same connector, and I'm starting mating those. And I'm trying to figure out what to do with cable number 1 and Ethernet cable. In 3 minutes, you will leave eclipse and will enter the daytime. Maybe you should wait until it is really good visibility.
Yes, we copy. In about 2.5 or 3 minutes, the eclipse will be over.
For those just joining, Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubro, the 2 Russian cosmonauts who are part of the Expedition 65 crew working outside of the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module, in the process of hooking up power connectors between the Poisk module and Nauka. 8 such power connectors to be mated to begin the process of providing electrical continuity for the new module that arrived at the International Space Station 5 weeks ago. This is the first of a series of what is anticipated to be up to 11 spacewalks by Russian cosmonauts to fully outfit Nauka for future operations. This new module to serve a variety of functions as a laboratory primarily, but also as a multi-port docking destination for Russian vehicles, an airlock for future Russian spacewalks to be conducted to be used in tandem with the Poisk module airlock on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the station, from which Novitskiy and Dubro emerged earlier today, almost 2 hours ago, to begin their excursion for the day today. It also houses a European robotic arm that will be outfitted on subsequent spacewalks and activated to be used for external science operations, as well as to move equipment and payloads around the Russian segment of the complex. Nauka houses an additional crew quarters, an additional toilet, an additional electron oxygen generation system, and it has a deployable radiator that is currently stowed on the Rosviet module, but which will be removed and reattached to Nauka on a subsequent spacewalk to provide cooling capability for this huge module that is 43 feet in length and almost 24.5 tons in mass.
Now the eclipse is about to be over. We're going to have a brief video drop out. The rest of the comment is inaudible. Copy.
Через 12 минут будет расчетный перевод лазера 10-минутный, о котором я предупреждал.
There will be a brief comm dropout. Copy.
This is the 242nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly maintenance and upgrades, the 10th conducted out of the International Space Station this year. Here's an excellent view of Pyotr Dubro, extravehicular crew member number 2 for the day, wearing the Orlan suit bearing the blue stripes. Novitskiy is EV1, or extravehicular crew member number 1, wearing the Orlan suit with the red stripes today, as he did when he and Dubro conducted a 7-hour, 19-minute spacewalk back on June 2nd that was designed to complete the decommissioning of the older Pirs docking compartment that had served as an airlock and docking port at the station for the past 20 years, but which was replaced by Nauka. Pirs was undocked from the station prior to Nauka's arrival at the complex and was deorbited, burning up in the Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean.
Comment is inaudible. Yes, we're able to see it. So, and this cable needs to be routed through the cable holder. And this way, the Ethernet cable is going to go between the two holders along with the power cable. I think I have it figured out more or less. Is it connected, mated and connected to the clip? Yes, it's mated and routed through the clip.
Just to bring folks up to date, 3 of the first 4 power connectors are now mated to the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module's patch panel, as the routing of power and the work to accomplish that task continues by Novitskiy and Dubro.
The connector is mated. The attachment fixture is closed.
Олег, как слышно?
Go ahead.
And we've passed out of range of our tracking and data relay satellite system for video downlink. As we did, the International Space Station was flying about 260 statute miles above the northern Pacific Ocean, just south of the Aleutian Island chain, moving from northwest to southeast on this track of the Earth. We're approaching the 2-hour mark in today's spacewalk. The crew a few minutes behind the timeline, but continuing to work diligently to hook up the final connector and the first set of cable connectors that will route power to the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module.
About centimeters 30 or 40 from the handrail that it's been routed to. So basically, we can use the cable attachment to cable tie. You can route it above the camera to the bracket and tie it, and then you can take a look. The bracket above the camera. Yes, you can route it.
Excellent view of Pyotr Dubro at the top of your screen, Oleg Novitskiy at the bottom. Dubro working at the connector patch panel on the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module.
Routed above the camera. So if we make that...
Dubro, Novitskiy, and NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei launched on the Soyuz MS-18 spacecraft from the Baikonur Cosmodrome back in April. Vande Hei was assisting the two cosmonauts in suiting up earlier this morning, and will assist them in getting out of their Orlan spacesuits once they're back inside the Poisk airlock at the end of today's activities.
Secure the Strela cargo boom to this handrail, so it would be better to attach it on the side. So yes, I think it would be better if we route it through the cable holder. If there is a need to take a short break, you can take a short break after mating the connectors. Okay, I am almost done with the cable. Where is the Ethernet cable going to be routed? The Ethernet cable is on the handrail 2122. It's going to be routed from. Let me start from the beginning. It's on the handrail 1500.
And we are receiving confirmation now from Russian flight controllers that all 4 connectors on the first power cable bundle have been connected to the Poisk module. So the power cable bundle number 2, all of that work is completed. Power cable bundle number 1 is next up for Dubro and Novitskiy to tackle here.
On the handrail 2122, we have a cable holder set that Peter installed, and where you're going to put kit number 1. So the holder, so I'm ready to route it. I'm ready to route cable number 1 to 2122. So in that exact location under the holder, the Ethernet cable will be routed up below. It will be routed into the external cable holder shipped as the handcuff that's already been installed on the handrail 2122. Okay. So until the handrail 21, okay, once again, could you repeat it? The holder. So the holder 2122 is installed on the handrail where we have the handcuff-shaped cable holder. Yes, that is correct. Okay, sounds good. Copy. Okay, that is clear now.
3 минуты до ожидаемого перерыва связи.
There are couple of minutes until the expected LOS. Copy. I have used the wire tie and secured the cable with it. On the side of the 4019 handrail. Copy, Peter. What do you think?
So
do you think we need to install the cable holder on handrail 4022, or do you think there's no need for it? I think 4022 is located too far away. There's no need to install it there. I think this way it fits nicely. Okay, sounds good. So that is your choice. But you can take a break and wait for Alex to catch up with you. Or you can start preparing the kit number 15 to get the connectors. Okay, copy. Let me catch my breath and I will start. Yes. This is just the start of the activity. Please don't exhaust yourself too early.
Минута до перерыва связи. Ожидаемого.
We're anticipating an LOS in about 1 minute. Copy. I can give you the cable now. Well, not if you had enough of a break. Well, I can take the cable, but I'm not done catching my breath. Oleg, how about you go to channel 15, where Peter is, and you can work together and Peter after you are done meeting all the connectors. The request for you, please take video and imagery using the laser camera. Okay, I should not have closed the MLI. Yes, you should not have. You will need to take a photograph. You will need to take imagery of both panels. Well, it fits so nicely. I don't think I can do it again so nicely.
2 hours, 5 minutes into today's spacewalk by Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubro. We should be regaining our downlink TV capability momentarily through the tracking and data relay satellite system. The first 4 connectors of a series of 8 power connectors now mated to the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. The spacewalk expected to last up to 7 hours in duration or so, as the 2 cosmonauts work in the initial outfitting of the new module that arrived at the International Space Station back on July 29th.
What I need to do with this additional panel, so no. I think it will be easier. It's easier if one person works on it instead of 2. Well, I don't think the crew look bag will be getting in the way. Oleg, Peter, do I think we can move it to the other side? Which one? The crew look bag. I think we can try. Oleg, Peter. We were just expecting to have an LOS, but we do have comm. We hear you.
Oleg, Pyotr.
Oleg, Peter.
With the first 4 connectors having been mated, Novitskiy and Dubrov will clean up some of the slack in those cables and begin to work with the second bundle of power connectors. They are expected to take a breather here for a few minutes as we move into the third hour of today's spacewalk.
Pyotr. Oh, Peter, do you hear me? Go ahead. Copy. So we do have comm. That is good news. Pyotr, when Oleg translates to your location, try if you put. Do you think it will work if you remove the trash bag from the cover of plane 1? From panel 1? Do you think I can remove the caps, the remaining caps now? So you're going to use a hook 2 to secure them? Yes, because it won't work any other way. It's easier to gather them on one hook and then one by one move them from the hook.
Flying just to the west of Baja, California, a good view from the cosmonauts' helmet cameras. Looking at the connector patch panel on the top of your screen as they continue to work just a few minutes behind the published timeline in beginning the process of providing electrical continuity to the new Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module.
Working with the double wing nuts. I don't think it will disengage from the cable holder. It wasn't clear which angle to secure it at, the maximum angle, of course. I don't think it has a lever. What kind of lever? The same as the long type has. I think it's too little space for two people to work together here. You see, I have a bunch of everything attached to my red. It needs to be placed into the trash bag, all of it. So that's why Artyom recommended we do it together, because it's not very easily accessible to me by myself. All the caps will be going here. So you need to remove those caps. Do you need to remove those caps as well? Yes. Let me move this side so you can get access.
Так, ну что делать-то будем?
So what are we going to do?
Пока нет связи.
There is no comm yet.
Вот ты затянул держать?
Did you tighten the holder?
Вот это да.
This one? Yes, I did.
Вот он кабель.
Here is the cable. Then as one of the options, I'm going to remove the caps.
В рабочую зону вошел. И тогда потом можно будет...
And then we can try to remove, to place all of those caps into the trash bag.
Олег, Петр.
Oleg, Peter.
На связи.
Go ahead.
Все, мы вышли
Yes.
в период на устойчивую связь.
Yes, we have stable comm. LOS intervals are over.
Сейчас, я так понимаю, вы готовы к работе.
Right now, I understand you're ready to work with Kit 15.
Ну, я начал готовить.
I started preparing the connectors.
Хорошо, ты решил тем же самым
So you decided to use the same hook to remove the ties and the caps.
Может быть, вторым?
Do you think you can use the second one? I'm going to remove all of them, and then while Oleg is here nearby, he's going to help me place those into the trash bag. That's our idea.
У тебя нет желания на другой карабин?
Would you prefer to gather those ties and caps into the hook of the adjustable tether? We're going to need the adjustable to secure the cable. Why would you need to secure the cable? It's in the cable tie, and all it can hold it. Well, when I'm going to work with it.
2 hours, 18 minutes into today's spacewalk, initial indications from our electrical systems officer here in Mission Control is that good electrical continuity has been established through the 4 power connectors, the first of 8 power connectors that will be mated during today's spacewalk. The first 4 connectors mated to the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module, all providing good electrical continuity to the new module.
Да, тут, конечно, кисти забиваются в раз. Да, с этими лидерками работать. Пальцами.
The connectors are small and narrow, and also there are cables dragged through parallel to them. They are in the way. Probably somebody at some point in the past thought that this would be more convenient, but it seems like they were not correct. Yes, maybe on the ground that was easier, but when you're here in space with big UVA gloves, it's very hard to reach.
Pyotr Dubro working with Oleg Novitskiy, Dubro on the left, Novitskiy on the right, at the next connector patch panel, about to begin the mating of the second series of 4 connectors to provide power continuity to the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. The crew is very close to the timeline as we approach the 2.5-hour mark in today's excursion.
Okay. Is this good? Yes, just one more cap. Okay, I have this. So now I need to figure out how to secure this. Okay. Let's try to gather it in one bundle. Can you do that here? Okay, let's try this. I will hold it, to make sure that it doesn't collapse, doesn't fold together. And then maybe you'll be able to push them here and remove them from the hook. Okay, like try to do it here. I'm not quite sure what you're trying to do. Okay, I think I need to be holding this. Pyotr, here's my thought. Maybe this hook, large, small, maybe don't worry about it, and put it away in the crew bag, and instead of it, retrieve from the crew bag the small red. I think it's easier to use this for the installation. For what? For the tools. Both talking at the same time. We should have the wire tie here as well. Also, we have the adjustable tether. Let's try that. If it works quickly, then we'll just go ahead and do that.
Flying just to the west of Ecuador, the International Space Station at an altitude of 260 statute miles, a great view of Oleg Novitskiy, who is in the second spacewalk of his career, as is Pyotr Dubro. The two worked outside the station 3 months ago in decommissioning the now discarded Pirs docking compartment in advance of the arrival of the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module, to which they are continuing to work to hook up a series of 8 power connectors.
Secure it. No, wait, let me try with this. Because I will go ahead and put this stuff in the crew bag. Well, but it's still floating out, at least one of them. Okay, Oleg. Don't worry about this whole thing for now. Use this small red. Pull it out of the crew bag and then put this one away. Yes, because these caps, they keep floating away. Yes, so or floating apart. Yes, I agree. Okay. If we could do 1 or 2 at a time, then it would be doable. When we have a whole bunch of them all at the same time, then it's really hard to push them through. Oleg. Okay, Oleg and Pyotr, here's what we're going to do. Let's leave this for the time being. Then we are supposed to pause to check the cable for 20 minutes. And that will give us the time to take care of this portion here. Okay. So I think this is what I did, more or less. See? Oleg and Pyotr, how did you copy? Yes, we copy and concur. It's just I'm showing how we will do it when we have a chance. See, like do this. Okay, Pyotr, let's just postpone this. We are starting to lag behind. So let's just go ahead and return to our timeline work. Okay, copy that. Okay. So do I go ahead and move toward the coil? No. If you cannot work with plate 15, then you need to translate to the operator post, because we go to the adapter plate after plate 16. Copy that. Pyotr, what's going on here? Maybe we'll put the cable here while I'm working with the connectors. What do you mean Where exactly? Well, maybe somewhere near the handrail, near number 21 or so. I need to uncoil this. Okay. So I think the best thing to do would be to move the entire bunch of these. Okay, Oleg, from what I'm seeing, the length of the cable is excessive. So maybe when you install the tie to handrail 4021, then you guys can do this together. Okay, let me see. So we have the target here. I'm trying to translate. Okay, let me push back a little bit, and that will allow you to move through this area. Crew log bag is located at where at this time? It's nearby, right in front of Oleg. Okay, we copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2.5 hours into today's spacewalk. Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubro continuing to work in tandem in the connection of a series of 8 power cables to provide electrical continuity to the new Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. The first 4 connectors have been mated, and good electrical continuity has been reported here in Mission Control in Houston. Back to the Russian segment of the International Space Station. The crew outside, Novitskiy, EV-1 with the red stripes on his suit, and Dubro that you see in the foreground with the blue stripes on his suit as EV or extra vehicular crew member number 2, are now preparing to mate the next 4 power connectors.
We don't have much space, much room for the 2 of us. Yes, hold on. Do not tighten the connectors yet. Okay, working. 4, 15, 4, 3, 1. I think these are identical. Artyom, the ring can be attached to any of these handrails, correct? Yes. Copy. We need to move the cable. The first cable is as close as the second one. Artyom, can I install the holder without removing from the crew lock bag? Okay, which red are we using to secure it? No, the one that's part of the bag. Okay, then it is not desirable. Not preferred. Okay. So if you're holding it with your left hand, maybe you can attach it there. That opening right there. I have mated connector KHP 1514. Okay, so 15.4 have been mated. I confirm. Okay, let me mate this here. The connector is clear, no debris.
Pyotr Dubro reporting that the first connector of the second quartet of power connectors for the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module now connected. Crew continuing to work through their procedures at this connector patch panel.
Attach it closer to 4022 or in the other side. It is best to attach it closer to the brackets, but it's not really that important. We need to make sure that we install it in a way that allows us to conveniently put in the cable. Okay, mating 15.2. Although, Oleg, we'll have the Ethernet cable nearby, so can you attach it slightly away from here? Okay. So in that case, on handrail 4021, I need to attach this to the side that's closer to 4022. Correct. Okay. 15.2 has been mated. Proceeding to 15-1. Copy and thank you.
3 out of the 4 connectors now mated.
The debris is absent. Looks clean. Okay, copy that. You have our go to mate. 15-1 has been mated. Thank you. Now you need to stow it and perform photo imagery.
And with that, all 8 power connectors have been mated to provide electrical continuity to the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module.
I have installed it. So I've installed it, the cable clamp on 4021. Good. Now, tighten this cable if you can, unless it's in the way for Pyotr. Yes, we will see. Pyotr, is it in the way for you? Let me wait till he's done. Okay, copy. Oleg, in that case, go ahead and inspect the area where you have the spring-loaded hook. It's 1106. Okay, 1106. Now behind, we're going to use this bracket of this handrail to attach the Ethernet cable to it.
Okay. I think that it will go along the handrail where we have the F8 handrail, right? And then down to here. Correct. Now you get to 4006. This will be our first attach point, and then 4005 near the plate. Also use the bracket to attach this cable. Okay, we have wire ties. Can we use them? Yes, you may. Okay, so let me grab one. Okay, on the cable itself we have something. Yes, this is the Ethernet cable. Copy that. Okay, I have the connectors mated, stowed. Okay. So you can go ahead and install the cable. Let me try to photograph. Okay, so you're pulling this off of the cable clamp. Yes, you can tilt it a little bit toward the cable. Okay, so we ended up with a loop. Maybe we could install it on 4022 instead. Yes, maybe use the wire tie to attach it to a 4022, specifically the bracket, and then this should be okay. Yeah, wire tie should work. Because we have two kinks here, or two bends, and we need to attach it in these 2 points. Oleg, can you also use the clamp to attach it to the cable holder? Say that again. Inside the cable holder, there is a spring clamp, spring-loaded clamp that can and should be used to secure the cable. There are 2 pins there sticking out, so pull them, and it should trigger it. Yes, I understood. Thank you. Okay, Artyom, wait, I can't pull them, and because I'm having a bunch of tasks thrown at me at the same time, so I can only do one thing at a time. No, that's fine. That's okay. Okay, so I've used the spring-loaded mechanism. Now it's installing the wire tie. We copy and thank you. Okay. Pyotr, maybe the wire tie needs to be attached to 4023 because on 4022 it will keep sliding. Copy that? Pyotr, can you also show us handrail 4019 with the camera? Yes, let me try. Also, after that, could you do the imagery toward the FGB so that we have the record of how the cables are laid there in that area? And then after that, you can stop with the photos, with the imagery, because we want to save the battery life.
I don't know. I don't think the picture quality is going to be that great. Okay, Pyotr. In that case, don't worry about it. Let's close the MLI valve 15, 16, and move on to the next task. Copy that. So turning off.
Через 6 минут у нас наступит тень.
We will be in the eclipse in 6 minutes. Copy that.
Петр, принято.
Pyotr, I copied. Yes, I finished with the imagery. Put away the camera. Proceeding to closing the MLI valves. Copy that. I've tied this.
Олег, спасибо.
Copy, Oleg. Thank you. Now you need to translate to the operator post. Let me sit down for a minute and take a rest, have some rest, and then I will translate to the operator post. Yes, absolutely.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 46 minutes into today's spacewalk. Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubro have completed the initial mating of 8 power connectors to the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. They're just now closing up thermal insulation over the connector patch panel at that work site. The crew working steadily, just a few minutes down on the timeline, nothing significant. They will relocate the Strela telescoping boom now to the work site at the Zarya module, which is the connecting point between the U.S. and Russian segments of the International Space Station for the next series of activities, which will be to continue the routing of these power connections, this time to a power connecting panel on Zarya, which then will complete the circuit to the U.S. segment electrical system.
Attached by the hooks that are in
this power mating activity, all associated with the first in a series of what is expected to be 11 spacewalks by Russian cosmonauts to fully outfit the newly arrived Nauka module that launched from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan on July 21st, arriving 8 days later at the International Space Station to serve as a laboratory, a multi-port docking destination for Russian vehicles, as well as a new airlock to provide a pair of airlocks, in fact, for Russian spacewalks at the station in the future.
Okay, so relative to the Strela, I think we will oriented very nicely. Yes, Oleg, go ahead and pass here. I am working on it. Yes, I'm not trying to rush you.
Now we secure, the crew lock bag with the cable clamp on Strela. Yes, that's correct. So what will be the best way here to get to the STO, Strela?
Принято, Олег.
Oleg, we copied you last. Actually, it's a question, what will be the best way to get to Strela STO? I did not understand you. Sorry.
И по нему телепортируешься к посту оператора.
Yes, you will reach Strela and then activate teleporter, and by teleporting, you will reach the operator's post. All right, just a minute. Let me activate my teleporter.
После телепортатора был короткий перерыв связи.
So we had a short LOS, Oleg. In less than 1 minute, 30 seconds actually, you will enter the eclipse. Copy, Moscow. We already have entered the eclipse already.
Принято.
Copy. I will secure my tethers on the STO. Boom.
Олег, Петр.
Oleg, Pyotr. Go ahead.
У вас сейчас у каждого включено по одному американскому светильнику.
Each of you has one American light on, correct? Yes, that's affirmed. I have a suggestion and a request. As we are trying to move the Strela boom during the eclipse, you will need maximum light. So you will have to activate all lights, or both American ones and Orlan lights as well. Oleg, do not move away from me, because I cannot reach it yet. Stand by one. Yes, now I have it. On the right. Stand by one. You have two on the right, two lights. So I'm reaching to your lights right now. Okay, I'm flying away from you. No, it's not possible to reach here. The target is in the way. So I have them on, both American ones, on both sides. Now I will have to do the same for you, Pyotr. You know, I have light right into in my eyes, so I cannot see very well. One is on. The second one for you. This is it, yes. Here you go. Thank you so much. Okay, so let us resume our activities now. So I translated to the STO safety, and we'll be moving towards the operator's post. Copy, Oleg.
Подскажи, пожалуйста, вот, когда ты сейчас перемещаешься на СТУ, то как видимость ФГБ батареи видны?
Could you please tell us while you're translating, can you see the FGB arrays? I'm looking at the Strela itself.
Понял.
Copy.
Понял. Ладно. Потом,
Copy, Oleg. Once you are at your destination, then you will look around. Yes, sounds good. So I'm on the other side of the Strela right now.
Зафиксировался за поручень на такелажном узле.
I secured to the handrail on the PDGF. So you can start releasing the PDGF, and after that, take a breather. All right, copy.
Петр, ты ведь наблюдаешь, да, опору, которая опора ГСТМ?
Pyotr, can you see the cradle of STM? Yes, of course. So the PDGF is released.
Принято.
Copy.
Сейчас отдыхай, Петр.
Now take some rest. Wait for Oleg.
Можешь пока осмотреть место.
And you can inspect the location where we will relocate the boom. Now, can you see the arrays from where you are, Pyotr? Yes, quite clearly. I can see them very well from here. Of course, you know, there are lights directed on it, so the contours of the arrays are quite clear. Now, we will wait until Oleg will also tells us that he can see the arrays. After that, we will start the activity. But I'm being told here that you should take a rest for 5 minutes at least. Sounds good. Pyotr, Moscow, go ahead.
Я просто хотел тебя проинформировать.
I wanted to make you aware.
У тебя АСТР работает.
That ASTER thermal regulation is working nominally.
Температура и фактически на входе в КВО работает аналогично совершенно как у Олега.
It is working absolutely.
This is Mission Control, Houston. We have just passed the we've just passed the 3-hour mark in today's spacewalk by Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubro. They have completed the initial connection of 8 power connectors to the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module, and now are making their way towards the Zarya pressurized mating adapter number 1 interface that joins the Russian and U.S. segments of the International Space Station to complete the connections of 2 power cable bundles that will wrap up full electrical continuity between the U.S. segment of the station and the newly arrived Nauka module. They also will be mating an Ethernet cable between the Nauka module and the U.S. segment of the station, and will install 3 additional handrails to Nauka that will provide for easier translation capability for future Russian spacewalks. Again, the 2 cosmonauts working in tandem outside of the Russian segment of the station completed the initial connection of 8 power connectors to Nauka, and now are making their way down to complete the full connective continuity of those circuits to the U.S. segment through the Zarya module. That was the first element of the International Space Station, launched back on November 20th, 1998.
Lights here. So I can see the third plane. It is quite clear. Everything is visible. I think maybe it's time for us to begin, and then we'll see how it goes. All right. So if you can see the element of the structure, then even in eclipse you can start working. Well, how long is until daylight? 20 minutes or even more. Well, I can see in the general direction, but you know, I cannot see details as clearly as the general picture, so to say. All right, so let us do it slowly, even slower than usual. Pyotr, you try to control Oleg's movements. All right, I will do my best. When we raise the boom and turn it towards the FGB, then we will need to make sure what will the best position will be.
Dubrov and Novitskiy consulting with Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center on the right body movements and configurations that they will need once they arrive down at the Zarya module to complete the electrical connections for the 8 power cables that were connected earlier in the spacewalk to the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. Those electrical continuity connections to be completed a short time from now, as 2 cable bundles will be hooked up to power connectors on Zarya to complete the connection that will provide U.S. orbital segment station power to Nauka for the duration of its lifetime on the International Space Station. This is the 242nd spacewalk in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, the 10th conducted out of the ISS in 2021, the 5th spacewalk by Expedition 65 crew members. It is the 2nd spacewalk for both Novitskiy and Dubrov, who spent 7 hours and 19 minutes outside the station back on June 2nd to complete the decommissioning of the now discarded Pirs docking compartment.
When you turn in your...
They will be back at it outside of the International Space Station next Thursday, in the 2nd in this long series of spacewalks to outfit and activate the Nauka module. The next spacewalk, September 9th, will hook up an Ethernet patch cable, connect 2 high-frequency cables between the Zvezda service module and Nauka to provide a television system capability for the new module. They will lay out a cable between the Zvezda's Core's automated rendezvous system and a comparable system on Nauka for approaching Russian vehicles that will ultimately dock to the multipurpose laboratory module, and will install a cable and an antenna feeder unit for high data rate telemetry and navigational information capability for Nauka.
Copy, Oleg, it's a go.
Sunday, September 12th, we'll see yet another spacewalk out of the International Space Station, this time out of the Quest airlock by Station Commander Aki Hoshide from the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency and Thomas Pesquet of the European Space Agency, as they will don U.S. extravehicular mobility units, moving outside of the Quest airlock to the Port 4 truss of the International Space Station to install a mod kit, basically a bracket, that arrived on the most recent SpaceX Cargo Dragon vehicle. It will be installed on the Port 4 truss to accommodate the next in the series of IROSA or ISS rollout solar arrays that will be delivered on a future SpaceX cargo mission.
Right. So they make the boom, too bright for the eyesight. So I will try to deactivate Orlan lights. Well, maybe it will be better. Copy. I can see FGB solar arrays now. This is Pyotr. So it's quite a large distance towards them, about 2 meters, even more.
Олег, скажи, пожалуйста, в каком положении сейчас стрела?
Oleg, what is the position of the Strela right now? We are turning towards the FGB axis, so we lifted it to about 30 degrees. So right now we are passing under the FGB structure. We can see the arrays very clearly. There is no chance of collision at all, no risk. Well, right now I cannot see very well. This is Oleg. So we are turning the boom in parallel with the FGB axis, correct? Yes, I confirm. So that when we extend it, it should reach to the GA. And also you will put it down in your later on. You mean pitch, not your. No, right now you are doing the maneuver in your, and then you will put it down so that it will be strictly in parallel, and then you will extend it towards the GA or pressurized adapter. Copy. Unfortunately, American lights are beaming right into my eyes, and I cannot see the structure very well. But it is still very far towards the solar arrays. I will stop it right now for a while. Yes, it's better to take a look around, and in order to understand, whether you will have to correct your actions or your movement. Well, it is still very far until the structure, towards the structure, a big gap between us and the structure. So, but we'll need to do your turn. Well, no, I don't think you need it to do it in your. We found a picture. You can use pitch, put it down, and then start extending it. Yes, it will be kind of a multi-stage movement. Of course, otherwise we won't be able to extend it in that direction later on. And here on our side, there is an antenna, or what is it, Anton? Yes, it is a boom, BVP boom. So you have to avoid it. No, we haven't reached it yet. So I started moving in your. If we do it in pitch parallel to this antenna, and then we'll stop and we'll see what to do next. What will be the best way? Yes, there are two things here, the short and the long one. Oleg, actually there is a tripod there. There should be a tripod there. Yes, it is a tripod. That's right. So I'm putting it down, bringing it down, Pyotr, slowly. Pyotr, monitor my movement. Artyom, I think we will have to use your movement and to put it back a little bit. Sounds good? I will put it a little bit down here. We actually had this plan to use your maneuver in order to take the boom a little back a little bit. So we can start moving it back earlier than planned. It's okay. So we're using your maneuver to pull it back a little bit.
This is Mission Control Houston, a good view at the base of the Poisk module of the Strela boom. Strela, the Russian word for arrow. This is a telescoping boom used to transport cosmonauts to various work sites. during spacewalks outside of the International outpost. At the base of the Strela is Pyotr Dubro wearing the suit with the blue stripes, being maneuvered by Oleg Novitskiy, who's at the operator's post at the other end of the boom. Dubro will wind up at the interface between the Zarya module and pressurized mating adapter number 1, which is the junction between the U.S. and Russian segments of the station, to begin work to attach 2 cable bundles at various attachment points to provide the final leg of electrical continuity between the U.S. segment's electrical system and the newly installed and arrived Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module.
Now, if you put it down, it will be easier for me to point it at the target later on. Okay, so let me put it down a little bit more. Yes, I can see the movement down. Can you see FGB? Yes, I can stop. Oleg?
Pyotr.
So in the middle, in FGB, next to the location when we were removing the pump. So this AKR, but they are rather far away, I hope. So what do you think? Maybe I should use your maneuver here to turn it a bit. So I don't think it is useful to put it down because we will be moving in parallel to FGB. So I think we should extend it. Well, the most important thing, not to touch antenna. I will control it. All right, so you suggest that we extend it? Yes. And so, Pyotr, could you please look ahead of you? Yes. I'm looking at the final destination point. Because right now I'm, not looking straight ahead. I'm turned with my side. All right, I've started the movement. I can see the movement. Copy, guys. Pyotr, how are things? Everything is nominal. Good. Sure. We are not moving too fast. Maybe it's really too fast. Well, no, just solar rays in my eyes. So we are now passing the location where we used to secure the adapter, the container, airtight container. So you're right at the perimeter. Yes, we are over the short side. It's very hard to say in this position. I think we will have to turn a little bit towards the array. Well, probably we'll see how it goes. Pyotr, can you see the final point of destination? Yes, I can see the approximate location, but I cannot see the railing yet. Copy. I can see 2 cables there. I'm actually above the power cables right now, flying over. So
3 hours, 18 minutes into the spacewalk, Pyotr Dubro at the end of the Strela telescoping boom, being carefully and slowly maneuvered into place over a patch panel on the Zarya module of the International Space Station, the first element ever launched to the complex to begin the station era back on November 20th, 1998. He will be hooking up 2 cable bundles that will complete the electrical continuity and connection all the way from the
where you can secure the
Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module to the Zarya module, and the power source from pressurized mating adapter number 1, which is the connection point between the U.S. and Russian segments of the station. This will complete the electrical power leg, if you will, to provide power to Nauka for future operations.
The problem here, this device cannot be turned compared to the axis, but the railing has to be perpendicular to the boom. So do you remember that we don't need to put it and stabilize it? You know, if it is possible, you will be probably holding the boom with one hand. Yes, I remember that you told me that. Thank you.
And I'll be moving. So in 5.5 minutes. Do you see the marking? I can't really see the markings on the handrail, but I am exactly above the solar arrays attachment points. And do you see the camera? There is a boom here, an empty one. And I think we need to side pass it too. But now we are proceeding with the movement, right? Right, Oleg. We haven't gotten to the pressure adapter yet. Okay, I understand. This boom looks pretty dangerous. Something used to be attached there, probably. Did you see any, have you spotted any markings yet? Well, no. It's just so faded. But I see cables that are marked 1,300. Right, so Pyotr, would you be able to secure yourself or get to that handrail? No, not really. I don't think I can attach myself to it. Well, I can try. No, just use the red to secure yourself to that handrail. Okay, just a little bit more. I copy. Stop. Stop. Confirmed. Pyotr. Go ahead.
Could you evaluate if we get attached to 1302, that handrail, can you move to the pressurized adapter to GA while being while using that handrail? I don't think so. There seems to be something protruding there, and it says F chegou. That's what is written on the MLI. And so it's difficult to use the handrail here. All right, I see that. Can't really get attached there. I see the hook there, but I don't think I can get attached there. Okay, well, if you can move past that point, then you can use handrail 1302. But if you can't move past this point, then you will have to move forward. Well, we don't have that many options. Let me evaluate. If we move forward and I get attached to this handrail. Please stand by one. Can't really see anything around if I can go around it. There are very few handrails here. Pyotr, look, that handrail, 1302. What if you move to 1320, which is below your feet right now on that side? Did you say 1320? Yes, I can get to 1320. But from 1320 to PMA, that's the tricky part. There are different station structures, and it's kind of difficult to estimate if it's a good route right now. I see the connectors that I need to get to. I see handrails on that other side. We can't get ourselves attached to the piping here. No, we cannot. So if I use a short route and secure myself there, but it's kind of challenging to find two attachment points. So what about this 1038? I think we have a chance here. And you can lower me. Pitch. Did you say pitch? I thought it would be yaw. Yeah, we definitely can go down using pitch maneuver, so it's a yaw maneuver. Right, I agree.
This is Mission Control Houston, approaching the 3.5-hour mark in today's spacewalk.
Okay, I can
as Pyotr Dubro is slowly but surely being maneuvered by Oleg Novitskiy to the area at the Zarya module of the International Space Station and the connection point between the U.S. and Russian segments of the complex, where he intends to hook up two power bundle cables that will complete the electrical connections between the U.S. segment power supply and the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. 8 power connectors earlier in this spacewalk were hooked up successfully to Nauka, and now we are awaiting the arrival at the correct worksite area just above the Zarya module power patch panels, so that Dubro can complete those connections with the two power cable bundles.
All right, and stop. Okay, and I'm securing the handle here. And let me find my hook. Okay. Oh my God, that's like so many hooks to choose from. Okay, I'm floating away a little bit. Well, I didn't touch anything. Pyotr, how do you copy? Pretty badly, with a lot of interference. You are going through some interference. I am securing the Strela to 1305. Copy. And I am using the attachment, and if I can, if we look at the boom, it's at the safe distance from the structures of the station. So just make sure that the noise is horrendous. I am trying to tell you that you do not need to attach it to unintelligible. You just have to make sure that it's away from the station structures and the solar arrays. And Oleg, you can begin. Copy in work. And I need to take the crew bag with the tools, right? Right. You take the tools and move to 1035 and 1033. These are your handrails. This is the cable bundle number 1. Okay, so let's start with the handrails. We need to secure the other crew log bag. Copy.
After riding at the end of the Strela telescoping boom from the Poisk module down to the Zarya module, the boom itself is being secured. by Pyotr Dubro before he makes his way to the work site to begin the work to connect two power cable bundles to connector points on the Zarya module that will provide electrical continuity between U.S. electrical systems and the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module.
Artyom. Artyom, do you copy us? Yes. And the call was pretty weak. Stand by one. So, STU. The STU does not have any safety tether attached. So, is it okay or not? I'm not sure.
Понял.
Copy. Maybe we can use a side wire, the lanyard. Pyotr reported that the mobile hook, the mobile ring actually has the ability to secure. Well, there is a ring, and that's what I'm saying. Maybe you can take the red and secure to the ring so that that same red could be used at the PDGF. Hold on. There is the antenna. And I reached it. Copy. So let me secure myself with my short hook, spring hook. So the short red is secured to the safety device STU.
Петр говорил, что подтягом-то. Нет, все, нет, отбой.
Said that, oh no, that's not going to work. What we're trying to tell you. So let's translate and find a different red for him. Okay, so you can't reach it with this red. Well, there is this spring hook attached. Yeah, that's how it was. And why do you need it? We don't really need it. Well, but we can actually secure ourselves to the ring. But what about further? That's like Christmas lights of all spring hooks here. Whole garland. And I'm starting moving towards Pyotr. This is Oleg. And I'm trying to secure myself here and take the crew lock bag with me. Copy? And that's not an easy task. All these spring hooks are now mingled together. Are you secured? Is the Strela secure? Yes. So we tightened it as much as possible, but there is still a little bit of slack left.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 40 minutes into today's spacewalk by Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubro as the cosmonauts work to secure the Strela telescoping boom onto a cradle in the area of the Zarya module of the International Space Station, the precursor to the cosmonauts completing electrical connections of two power cable bundles that will ultimately route electricity from the U.S. segment of the International Space Station through Zarya and pressurized mating adapter number 1 from an interface panel all the way to the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module, to which 8 power connectors were hooked up earlier in today's spacewalk.
Almost next to Pyotr. Copy. Okay. The crew lock bag is secured to me. And now let me try and move to the work area. And we see the attachment points. And let me try and secure myself there. Do you mean the boom that's on gear, on the pressurized adapter? Yes. And we confirm you are go to use those handrails.
Pyotr.
Pyotr. Go ahead.
Я вот сейчас наблюдал, что поручень 1320
saw that
играет.
handrail 1320 is wobbly a little bit. Yep, it is wobbly a little bit. And I confirm.
Там
What, can you see what's the matter with it? Well, it's secured with screws, so we assume the screws are a little bit loose. Copy. They do look like they are all the way in, but the orifice that they go through is a little bit larger in diameter, so that's why. But that's all we can see. Copy, guys. Just be careful with this handrail. Yeah, I didn't secure myself to it. I'm just holding on to it a little bit lightly. So, and I should follow Pyotr's footsteps. Right, but then you need to switch to the other side, so handrail 1030 and handrail 1033. All right, I copy. And from that side, definitely it wouldn't be possible. Right, if I move a little bit further by like half a meter, then I would be able to move on the left. Oleg, so the boom at its end has a metal ring that can be extended a little bit. Nope, it's not going to work because the red that is securing the PGDF is connected to that ring. So if I disconnect the stela from the handrail, that's the only way we can extend it. So, all right, we understand. But I'll try to just move over to Pyotr's side, and then I would have to verify. Well, if you look at that metal plate, then you can reach from there. So I should look at, like, I will check out the hook. Well, there is the target, and you should not touch the target. So beware, there may be sharp edges there, just in case. Well, then there is not much to hold on to because I was counting on that target. Right. Have you moved that crew lock bag that's on the Stella? No, not yet. I'm thinking that if you secure its spring hook to STU, to the safety device, then and there is a cable clamp there, right? That's the only thing that you have. Yes, there is a spring hook and there is a cable clamp. And you can get yourself securely on STU, attached on STU. That changes a lot if I can't really touch the target. You can try and use the red. I'm trying. All right, I have one spring hook of the crew lock bag secured to STU. And let me try and move on this side.
3 hours, 48 minutes into the spacewalk. The two cosmonauts, Dubro on your left, Novitskiy on your right, still securing the Strela telescoping boom to a cradle along the Zarya module of the International Space Station before they make their way towards an interface panel, basically a patch panel, at the junction between pressurized mating adapter number 1, the connecting tunnel, if you will, between the U.S. and Russian segments of the station. It is at that interface panel that the cosmonauts will mate two power cable bundles to complete the electrical circuit that will provide U.S. segment electricity to the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module.
And how we're going to go back? That's going to be fun. I have translated to the pressurized adapter.
Принято.
Copy.
Наблюдаешь закрепление укладки СС номер 2?
Do you see the bundle test number 2 secured here? Yes.
Номер 2 это ближе,
Test number 2.
ближнее к тебе, да?
That is the one closest to you. So that is perpendicular to the strut, and I see the cable clamp, and I see two connectors. One is larger facing us, and there are two smaller ones facing the partner module. So I will get closer and we'll get a better look. When you get closer, I will repeat the instructions at that time. Okay. Sounds good. I am currently above the bundle CES number 1. I see the connectors very well and the cable routed away from it.
Петр, ну, в принципе, дальше
Peter.
Надо будет помогать Олегу.
Next, you're going to need to help Oleg.
Не знаю, это может быть...
Maybe you are able to position yourself closer. Or he can help me with good advice. Well, that is a very interesting question. There are no other handrails here. I secured myself with the tether, with the non-retractable feather to the father's handrail on the pressurized adapter. However, well, basically, I could have held on to the target. It's here as well. Well, here it's more or less a round shape. Maybe, Peter, you can look around and find the connectors J2, J3, the cables that are secured but free-floating, that are used as test cables. Yes. Okay, I was looking at the socket JW8 024. It's right there. I'm looking at it.
Approaching the 4-hour mark in today's spacewalk, Novitskiy and Dubro are now familiarizing themselves with the patch panel, basically the interface panel at the Zarya module, to which they will shortly connect 2 power cable bundles to complete the electrical continuity between the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module and the U.S. segment electrical system.
So we need to connect the bundle number 2, and then we're going to do the rest during the test activation. Okay, copy.
Oleg.
So are you receiving the video? Yes, I'm receiving the video. Okay, I am here on the right side. I see P16 connector with the cover on. On the left side, I don't see it yet. It is also P16. Hold on, give me one second. I will give you confirmation, and then you will continue. We're not allowed to secure it to the handrail. Not with your hook. 0004. You are not allowed to use our non-retractable scissor hook. You're not allowed to secure. It can heat, and you shouldn't be touching it with your gloves because it can heat up. Our counterparts warned us that it can heat up in the sun, and then you can feel the heat through the gloves, and the gloves can be affected by the heat. Well, you're not. You can translate using this handrail as support. There's no reason why you shouldn't be touching it with your hands. So it will be helpful. Is this cable bundle for the Ethernet cable? It looks like it. Right now, you can untie the test cable from the bundle, unless you think it's going to be in the way. Peter, with the cutter, or maybe hand the cutter over to Oleg. Would you be able to get to it? Would you be able to reach it? I will try. Artem, why should we untie? It is able. Why should I untie? It is able to reach the panel. Well, if this cable is long enough to reach the panel, there's no need to untie the bundle. Well, I'm thinking it actually can go even farther in that direction, and the cable is rather rigid. So if it's not long enough, then untie to release the bundle, or leave it as is if there's enough length. Okay, copy. So give you a go for us to start the operations? No, I don't have confirmation for you yet. So right now, Peter and you position yourselves comfortably so you can work with the cutter or the cap keeper as we will be cutting off the caps. I positioned myself in the way that I will have access to the crew look bag. It's not attached to anything. I'm hanging here nearby, actually holding on to the handrail 0004. I will be able to pull out the cutter and the cap keeper. Copy. We received the go for the start of the operation. Then P6, G6, prepare that connector to pre-mate. Copy. So we can remove the covers preliminarily. Yes, you can prepare by removing the covers. Not with our gloves, though. These push buttons don't work very well, it seems like. Guys, we had a short comm dropout.
We are handing over communications between satellites on our tracking and data relay satellite system. We'll get our video downlink from the station back momentarily. As we pass the 4-hour mark in today's spacewalk, Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubro are at the Zarya module of the International Space Station, removing thermal covers to access an interface panel to which they shortly will mate 2 bundles of power cables to complete the electrical connections between the U.S. electrical system on the International Space Station that flows through the Zarya module and the pressurized mating adapter number 1 that connects the U.S. and Russian segments of the station all the way to the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module, to which 8 power connectors were mated earlier in today's spacewalk.
Then I'm ready for operation.
Forward, over center, и mated.
Forward, over center and mated. Move it back all the way.
Full aft over center.
Full aft over center. And so, it's in soft dock. Now work with P16, G16 from the FGB side.
Это разъем полностью, full forward, over center.
This is forward, over center, and mated. This connector is ready to be mated. You can start, full up, over center.
Demated.
Demated.
Принято.
Copy.
Теперь надо демонтировать.
Right now you need to remove caps from the test number 2 bundle. All 3 caps.
Страхуем их на cap-keeper и...
Secure them to the cap keeper and cut off the ties. Copy. Could you give me the cap keeper?
Держи, вот он резак, вот он.
Get the cutter.
Нет, ты можешь его зацепить сейчас.
You can probably secure it.
Нет, крышку сама.
The cap itself.
Я сниму и обрежу.
I'll remove it and cut it. You can keep the cutter right now, for now. They're on the external rest. So you can work with that without removing from the crew walk bag. Oleg, could you tell us the labeling that you labeling on the connector that you're holding right now? Not yet. P16A /J16. Copy. So, Papa 16. Should I continue? Go on and continue. They just asked me to verify the label. Do you think we can secure the second cap? You will need to remove all of them one after another. Okay, I will be leading them here and take any. Okay, got it. We can probably cut off those two and leave the third one so we don't have to extract it from there just yet. Okay, the cutter. The cutter is secured. There's such wires and cutters. So this floated away. Something, yeah, one is cut. Copy. The cap is still installed. Copy, we're seeing it. So you're receiving the video now? Yes, I apologize, I didn't tell you. Yeah, the second one is cut off. The gloves get heated here pretty fast. I got the cutter. You're holding it? So should we remove the caps from both connectors right away? Yes, remove all of them. And then remove the third one as well. I have only worked with the two. The other is pointing in the opposite direction, so it's not very convenient. Okay, then remove the first two. I am removing one cap. Lever.
The two cosmonauts are removing connector caps from one of the two power cable bundles that they will hook up to the interface panel at the Zarya module momentarily. All of this work to complete the electrical circuitry between the U.S. electrical systems on the U.S. segment of the station and the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module.
What can I do? They just wouldn't go. Is there a chance that you're holding on to that particular section that should be extracted from the connector? When you're pulling it back, part of the connector should be extended. Do you think you should be holding on to the cap instead? It's not convenient for me to hold on to the cap in this case. You're thinking this way?
Немножко начинает движение, а дальше останавливается, да?
You see, so you can feel the motion starting and then it stops. Yes, it stops straight in the middle.
Будем использовать, может быть, поручень.
Maybe you can use the vice grips or the handrail. How can I use the handrail?
Можно поручень опереть.
You can
И попробовать продавить.
press this particular lever against the handrail and try to push. You think so?
Ну да.
This one? I think so.
Дотянешься, Миша?
Да, мне подсказывают наши...
Are you able to reach it? My colleagues are telling us you can use the handrail number 0004 or vice grips, whichever one you find more convenient.
Даже не знаю.
I don't know. I would need to unbundle the cable to get to the handrail.
На обоих разъемах крышки не снимаются.
Are the caps stuck on both connectors? Yes.
Тогда давай попробуем.
Then let's try the vice grips. And are the vice grips are in the acrylic bag? Yes, they're in the acrylic bag. Let's try it.
Давай попробуем.
Let's try.
Я спущусь, я улечу.
If I let go, I'll float away.
Надо это закрыть. Рет вытянуть и закрыть.
You need to pull out the rat and close it.
Ага. Так. Осталось теперь найти. Сейчас. Сейчас задача из легких.
Inaudible.
Да, вот я подержу этот крылок-бэк. Что говоришь?
What did you say?
Крылок-бэк подержу.
Let me hold the acrylic bag.
Солнце бликует, не вижу.
There's reflection from the sunlight. I can't see it very well.
На самом дне, конечно.
Of course, it's at the very bottom.
Это закон.
That's the law.
Солнце опять в глаза, ничего не вижу.
Right now, the sun reflection is shining in my eyes. I can't see very well.
Олег, пока он достает...
While Peter is extracting the vice grip, you can try to use the hook of the adjustable tether as a lever and use the hook of the adjustable length tether by pulling on that lever. It is an acceptable option. I think if I pull on it, it won't help because I think by pulling on the pressing and pulling on the lever, I think there's a stronger force applied. While I received this recommendation while we were waiting for the vice grips, you can probably try using the adjustable length tether hook.
Только не на внутреннем реке.
They are, however, attached to the internal rat. Yes, they were provided in case of a multi-level off-nominal situation. Many failure deep.
Так, ну все, я их достал, в принципе.
Yes.
Не, это ерунда.
I know. Yeah, I pulled out. I got the vice grips. Well, this option with the hook is not usable.
Самый большой.
У нас через 10 минут наступит тень.
We're going to get into an eclipse soon.
Хорошо.
Okay, copy.
Взял. Взял. Как теперь все это назад?
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 14 minutes into the spacewalk. The two cosmonauts continuing to configure the connectors that will complete the electrical circuitry between the U.S. segment of the station and the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. These are two power cable bundles that will wrap up the electrical connection work for this first of what is expected to be up to 11 spacewalks to outfit and activate Nauka following its arrival at the station back on July 29th. 8 power connectors were mated between the Poisk module and Nauka earlier in today's spacewalk by Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubro, and now they are working to prepare the connectors. These basically are 2 power cable bundle connectors that will be hooked up to the interface panel at the Zarya module of the International Space Station.
Tighten device grips to set them up. I did make the returns. My hands are tired. Well, then maybe you can get a break. And Peter, are you able to reach that point? Basically, I can, but not yet because. So I let go of the handrail, so I am anywhere but where I need to be. I think the matter is with the connector itself. For some reason, this is not moving as if there is a stop set in there. So my hands are full as well after digging through the acrylic bag.
А сам разъем, он визуально без повреждений?
For some reason, it wouldn't move back. If the visual inspection doesn't show any damage.
Есть full aft over center.
I see full aft over center. Copy. This is connector. Is it number 16? Let me tell you the number. I have T2. I have T16. J16. The cap is still attached. Let me try to open this one, and you can remove the cap in the meantime. Once again, T16A. That's the one you remove the cap from, right? Yes. And with the second one as well. Copy. Remove the cap. Move it up towards yourself. Yes, the cap is off.
Так, мы сейчас какой стыкуем? P2?
Now we're making P2, or are we going to remove the cap from the third connector? Remove the third cap.
Третья крышка у нас снимается поворотом на 1/4.
The third cap should be removed by rotating quarter way around the circumference and pulling it up without all the previous complications.
Так, это у нас J16A.
Okay, so this is J16A, P16. We copy.
Так, вот теперь мне надо как-то прийти.
So,
Ага, сейчас.
Олег, а может...
Oleg,
Adjustable.
maybe use the adjustable for now. Okay, I am holding this in my hand, and I can't move it because I don't really have anything to grab. Okay, maybe you can grab the round one. It's okay to take that. Copy that. Okay, maybe I should move up the cap here. Hold on. Open the bit. I can't. I need to grab it first. I'm hanging on here. Okay, hold on. It's not working. Let me try here. Okay, I got it. I always need to be holding the handrail using one hand at all times. Yes, I understand that.
Черт побери. Солнце.
Okay.
Солнце глаза, да я за все такое движение хоть раз кого-то качнуло. Тебя чуть-чуть как-нибудь толкни куда-нибудь.
Maybe move you this way a little bit. Now rotate this.
Вот. Во.
Okay.
Я там по ногам бьет.
It keeps hitting my legs.
Так, есть.
Okay, got it.
Обрезал.
Принято.
Так, держи.
Hold this. You can release. Yes.
Олег, а там как будто бы один шнурок еще держится, нет?
Okay, are you holding this with your hand for now?
Сейчас, давай, пускай солнце сядет, не могу работать так.
Okay, let me figure this out. I can't keep doing this.
Все, наблюдаем.
We are watching you guys.
Так, ну теперь
Okay.
к работе
Now,
цепочки разъемов. Начинаем с разъема.
proceed to demating the connectors, starting with
Это тот разъем, который мы
P16, J16A. That's the one.
пристыковочный. И последний разъем, с которого снимали крышку.
That's the latest one where you remove the cap. The last one. Okay, so the connector has been demated. That's the P16 connector, right? Yes.
И J16A.
And then J16A. Okay, so that's the most recent one that we were working with, where we removed the cap. Yes, that's correct. I forgot to warn you in advance. I'm sorry. We are going into the installation. Yeah, we were expecting that. Okay, we are inspecting the connectors.
No, FOZ. EMI band is good. Seems good.
Speaking English.
Ready to stop.
Рычаг сзади полностью, да?
And the lever is all the way in the back.
Over center.
Принято, приступай.
We copy that. You have our go to mate. This cap keeper is
full off.
Looks like it's got a bunch of legs. Connector P16 and P16A. Yes, go ahead and connect.
Full forward, over center, mated.
Full forward, over center, mated. Are you getting the picture? Yes. Can you confirm one more time that you have mated connectors P16 and J16A? Standby 1. Okay, J16A. I'm seeing P16 on one side. Copy. On the other side, I'm seeing P16. Okay, we copy that. Thank you. Moving on to the next connector. Okay, I think I'm going to go ahead and cover it with the cover that I had here. Yes. By the way, the buttons we never did manage to release, just pushed the cover. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, I've been told that they are tight and they're hard to close. Okay, understood. Now I just need to put the cover back on. Okay, got it. P16 cover. Copy that. Now, we will be mating connectors P16A and J16. Okay? Understand, I have J2 doesn't seem to be the right one. P16A made it to mate to J16. Correct. Made that to connector J16. Same place where you made it this before, so that's the one that's subducted on the left side. Is that correct? Yes. Correct. On the plate, you should also have the marks to indicate the connectors. Okay, let me see. No debris detected. Looks good. The reciprocal part J16 on the left side. I see it on the right. We copy. You have our go to connect the connectors. Okay. And then the other side of the connector also, no FOD. It's all good. Copy. Please proceed. I have the soft dock over the center and ready to mate, speaking English. Okay, you have our go to connect. Copy. It doesn't feel right. It's not all the way to the end. There's still some clearance here. Okay, you mean the one that's soft mated, soft docked? Yes. All right. Let's take a break. Okay. Oleg. The D-rings, you can try to make them tighter a little bit by compressing. Yes, understood. Okay, I can't right now. On this side, it looks better. All right, try to use the same motion, like Pyotr did when he was taking off the cap.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 31 minutes into the spacewalk today by Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubro, the first in a series of spacewalks to outfit and activate the new Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. The two cosmonauts about to connect a pair of power cable bundles to an interface panel at the Zarya module of the International Space Station that will complete the electrical continuity connections between the U.S. electrical systems on the International Space Station and Nauka. We're about to reacquire our downlink video from the International Space Station, and there we are. The crew continuing to work as the station flies up the east coast of Africa, moving from southwest to northeast.
Try again. No, try to push. Right here. I feel like it didn't get all the way, get pushed all the way here.
Олег.
Oleg,
Скажи, пожалуйста, там
can you tell me
положение рычага сейчас
Да.
полностью
the lever?
центром. Положение рычага сейчас полностью назад над центром.
Да, полностью назад над центром.
Принято. Принято.
О, есть.
Okay, got it.
Все, forward over center, made it.
I see this. Forward over the center and made it. We copy.
Так, у нас остался третий разъем.
We have the third connector left.
P2
P2
и J2, который
from the kit, and J2 is the one that is tied nearby. Can you see it?
J2.
J2.
Да, J2.
Yes, J2
Бухты подвязан быть рядом.
should be tied here, close to the coil.
Как раз, которую мы думали Ethernet, потому что это
Maybe this is the coil that we were thinking was for the Ethernet cables. Is that the right one?
Крейная такого этого.
Yes, it's
А кабель Ethernet, он
the Ethernet cable is further back.
J2 подписан.
J2. I see the decal.
тот, что нам нужно.
Okay, that's exactly what we needed.
J2 с P2.
J2 to P2.
Но для этого сначала надо снять крышку.
But first you need to remove the cap.
Крышку тоже накрепить.
Yes, and the cap also here.
Давай, может, здесь.
Okay, so hold this here.
Никуда не денется, он там прямой.
It's not going anywhere. It's attached to the handrail. Okay, got it.
Так, да, может, я как-то придавлю чуть-чуть. Так, крышка демонтирована.
Cap is removed.
Принято.
Copy.
Так, выполняем вот новые по идее. И my band is good.
Okay, I see the alignment is good.
Второй разъем тоже
The second
новый по идее. И my good.
connector also, it's good.
Good. Ready to mate.
Принято.
Ready to mate said in English. Okay, copy. You can proceed.
Принял.
Copy that.
Так, есть soft dock.
I have the soft dock.
Принято.
Full forward, forward center.
Full forward, over the center, mated. In English. Okay, we copy that.
Нам, как вы думаете,
What do you
проволочными фиксаторами где-то подвязывать?
do we need to use the wire ties to secure the connector somewhere?
Надо посмотреть сейчас.
Let me take a look.
Ну, не знаю, на нашем, получается, поручне
I don't know.
этот кабель зафиксирован.
The handrails look good. Looks like we have the connector here.
Все остальные разъемы, они подстыкованы.
The remaining connectors are
Держатся друг за друга.
mated
И вот этот кран,
so that attaches them to each other. Now the one in the end
тоже проволочным фиксатором поручню прямым.
is secured with a wire tie also to the handrail, so I don't know that we need to do this.
Можно
If you feel that you need to tighten it up a little bit, then we can use a wire type. Otherwise, I think it's good. Okay, no, don't worry about it. Let's just do our checks. Okay, sounds good. No. No. Okay, going back to its initial position, right? Forward. Yes, correct. Back to the initial. Okay, so the full forward over center, made it, correct, and use the MLI flaps. Yes, we'll do that. Don't turn anything on. Yes, of course. We are standing by here, and we'll activate or turn on anything without your go. Okay, we have covered. Copy. All right. All three connectors have been mated.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 40 minutes into the spacewalk by Novitskiy and Dubro. Both of the power cable bundle connectors have now been attached and connected successfully to the interface panel at the Zarya module of the International Space Station to complete the electrical circuit, basically, between the U.S. segment of the International Space Station and the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. The end-to-end test, basically, of the power supply between the U.S. segment, the Zvezda service module, and Nauka will now be checked out thoroughly. But so far, so good in what has amounted to tedious work, however, so far successful work by Novitskiy and Dubro to complete the electrical connections between the U.S. segment of the station and the new multipurpose laboratory module.
Made the Ethernet cables after the checkout. Prepare the cable in kit number 1 for mating, meaning removing the connectors or the steering clamps. And the third thing that we want to do is remove the caps from plates 15, 16 and strings and put them back in the crew bag. Okay, the caps, maybe we should wait for sunlight for the caps. Now, with the cables that we can work on now. Oleg, yes. You've worked with connectors quite a lot. If you need some rest, feel free. We don't want you to overexert yourself. We still have a lot of work to do, and we want you to be ready to work with the Ethernet cables. Yes, understood. Now, for the red that we used to use, it's somewhere at the bottom. Do you think you'll be able to pull me a little bit? Pull you, yes. Might be too late. Okay, the grip, don't move it too far. Both talking at the same time. On the cap keeper, we have 10 hooks and we have 8 caps. Yes.
This is Mission Control Houston. Just to clarify, the connectors for one of the 2 power cable bundles have now been successfully connected to the interface panel at the Zarya module. The crew outside, Novitskiy and Dubro, will be working shortly to mate an Ethernet cable, and then we'll proceed on to tackle the second of the two power cable bundles. So we wanted to make sure that that was clear. One of two power cable bundles now successfully mated to provide electrical continuity between the U.S. segment electrical system on the International Space Station and the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. The crew shortly will begin the work on the second of the two power cable bundles. That then will complete all of the electrical work for the day.
Is attached to handrail 1050. Our cable? Yes, on our side. This connector should be inside the MLI flap and should be labeled # 707X578. I see the one labeled 700U 578. That is the correct one. Okay, I got it. This number. Okay, and you have attached it, right? To make sure that it doesn't float away too far. Yeah, sure. Okay. When you're ready, you can start removing the caps. If you are able to do this on your own. Yes, I'm trying. But I need to switch crew bags with Oleg. You can take it off and attach it to the handrail. Yes, I think this will be actually better. Did you remove the Ethernet cable on our side, detach it from this securing it to the handrail? Yes, I have copied that. Okay, so we have this attached here, not moving anywhere, and then we'll move it to 42. Okay, you can do that. I think that's a good idea. Are there any caps on that cable? On my Ethernet cable? I don't know. I can't see it just yet. Okay, there should be a cap. So we end up with 10 caps instead of 8. 3 on the cable. Yes, that sounds about right. What are we doing with the clamps? We will look. Maybe on our side there is one connector and 2 caps. Yes, so we could do that as well. These clamps are just in the way.
These are not really helpful. They're just in the way. Okay. So I have the cable tied up on our side. Copy. And what handrail did you connect it to? Well, it's an unknown cable.
As Novitskiy and Dubro prepare to mate the second of the power cable bundles at the interface panel on the Zarya module, electrical continuity tests are continuing on the first of those two cable bundles that was connected to the Zarya module interface panel a short time ago. So far, all indications are that there is a good power continuity between the U.S. segment of the station and the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module.
Handrail 1050 then. Apparently so. All right. I am removing the cap from connector 321A. Copy. You have our go to remove it. All right, the cap has been successfully removed. And it's on cap keeper. Copy. All right, and I see another cable bundle, and it seems to, I think it's the Ethernet cable. The cover is the same. And it's right next to that metal insert. Yes, it's going to be. So it's going to be on the left side from that metal structure. If you're looking from the Russian segment, yes, and it's coiled up. Let me try and check its name. Copy. I'm going to attach two caps.
Once again, at the 4-hour, 51-minute mark in the spacewalk, Novitskiy and Dubro are preparing the second of the two power cable bundles to be connected to an interface panel at the Zarya module interface with pressurized mating adapter number 1 on the International Space Station. The first of those two power cable bundles was connected successfully, and electrical checks are continuing. So far, all indications are that we have a good electrical flow and good continuity between the U.S. segment electrical systems and the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module.
It's J578. The only numbers that I can see is 78. I can't see the rest. Copy. So the name of that third connector is not quite visible. Right, I see it. Connector number 3P, Papa 21A. Yes, that is exactly the correct connector. And J578. And if we're moving in our direction, okay, I just wanted to say that my tether is sufficiently long. That's good news, Oleg. All right, and the comm is kind of ratty. Well, we switched to VHF. Copy. That is pretty surprising. It's unintelligible. Unintelligible.
Принято, Петр.
We copy, Pyotr. So here we have the MLI that's covering the connector J575. The cap is no longer on the connector, but it's securely attached to the handrail. You can leave it there if it's securely connected, or was it just dumb luck that it's still there? No, it's securely connected there. All right, then just leave it there.
Нет, это нет. Забирать обязательно, надо только крышки.
So what do we do with all the caps? Do we need to take them with us? Or we can... Yes, you do need to make sure that they're secure. Okay, so the connector. I can, once I'm ready and prepped, I can actually mate the connectors. Is that right? Yes. And based on your report, you have everything correct, and you can proceed with mating the connectors. Copy. And I am ready to remove the caps from the two remaining connectors. All right, and I am pull forward and center, and I'm removing the cap, and just wanted to know that it's going to be the end of the orbital night in about 10 minutes. Copy. The cap has been removed. Pull forward now. Center. And full aft center. We copy, and I'm removing the cap. All right, the connectors have been prepped, and the caps have been removed. We copy.
Надо отдохнуть.
Pyotr, do you need a break? Yeah, he probably will benefit from one. Yes. Take a break, and I just came up with an idea of what else you can do. Right. You're not going to leave me alone here. Oh, you're too handy to leave you alone. Okay, I have it mated. Great, Oleg, thank you.
Тогда убирай в клапан.
Now, please remove the MLI cap valve, and then tell me if you need to secure, to make it even more secure, or if what you did is sufficient. Well, I would say, I think we should make it a little bit more secure.
Хорошо, тогда по месту, где
Great.
будет, так подвяжем.
Then let's secure it where it's convenient. Sounds good.
Олег, а крышка разъема с обратной стороны тоже была подвязана, да?
And Oleg, the cap for that connector has been secured on the other side as well, right? Yes, it's on the other side of the MLI. Also, you can actually kind of nest all those caps into one another. That's not really secure, but we did manage to kind of nest them into each other.
This is Mission Control Houston, 5 hours, 1 minute into the spacewalk by Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubro. Everything continuing to go well. The electrical checkout of the first of the power cable bundles, now mated to an interface panel at the Zarya module, is ongoing. So far so good with all of those indications. And an Ethernet cable has now been hooked up. That Ethernet cable hooked up to provide that capability between the U.S. segment of the International Space Station and the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. The crew will wait for the electrical checkouts of the first power cable bundle to be complete before they move on to mate the second of the two power cable bundles to that same interface panel at the Zarya module.
Когда скучаешь, дай знать.
Так, я подвязал вернатовский кабель.
All right, the cables have been
Принято, спасибо.
tied securely, and copy, Oleg.
Тебе тоже надо отдыхать.
Then you now need to take a break.
Согласен.
Agreed.
А сейчас продолжается.
I wouldn't say no.
Активно идет работа.
So we are proceeding with our checkouts. So,
Нет результатов, как только появится.
and also there are Ethernet cable checkouts. I don't have the results yet, but while you are waiting,
Можно сделать.
I have two suggestions for you. First of all,
Карабины adjustable.
you can
Это трэшбэк.
put the adjustable tethers and the hooks into the trash bag, and since you noticed that
На поручне закрепить.
Согласен, да.
the handrail is kind of wobbly,
Багор.
you
Багор.
Да, он подвязан, вроде держится крепко, но тем не менее.
You can actually secure the pike pole or hand pike to the handrail.
Я вам открою секрет, то что
And for
мы получаем твою картинку.
I'm not sure if I'm getting the high resolution video from my camera. Well, I have to tell you a secret, guys. For all that, the duration of the EVA, we've been getting high res from Pyotr's camera and low res from Oleg's. And I am being told that the length of the Ethernet cable has indeed increased, and that we successfully performed the checkouts. So Mark has just confirmed it. This is awesome. Thank you, Moscow. And thank you, Mark. And for that
Нет, я бы
hook, or for that pole, where do you want us to secure it? Well, you can secure it with the cable bundle number 1. And I will have to crawl over Strela one more time, not the most convenient route. Yeah, Pyotr, you can actually close the anchor of the Strela boom, and maybe it will be a little bit more convenient. Well, not really. At least I can hold on to something, but if it's closed, then I don't have anything to grab.
This is Mission Control Houston, 5 hours, 6 minutes into the spacewalk.
Yeah.
You're looking at Pyotr Dubro wearing the suit with the blue stripes at the top of your screen, Oleg Novitskiy wearing the suit with the red stripes at the bottom of your screen as they work to remove caps for the second of the 2 power cable bundles that will complete the electrical connections to an interface panel on the Zarya module of the International Space Station and provide the correct routing of power from the U.S. segment of the station to the new Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. The first of those 2 power cable bundles was mated to that interface panel a short time ago. Electrical checks are ongoing, and so far all is in order. Good electrical continuity being reported. We are going to wait until those checks are complete before the mating of the second power cable bundle is undertaken by Novitskiy and Dubro. An Ethernet cable has also been connected that will provide that capability to the Nauka module.
Would you, Pyotr, go back?
The 2 cosmonauts working in the first of what amounts to 11 spacewalks to outfit and activate this new module, which was launched from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan on July 21st, arriving at the station for its automated docking to the Russian segment of the complex on July 29th. Nauka, 43 feet long, 23 tons of mass, to serve as a science laboratory, a second airlock for Russian spacewalks, and a docking port for multiple vehicles, courtesy of a new node module called Prishal that will be launched later this year from Baikonur, and which will dock to the nadir port of Nauka to provide a multi-functional capability for multiple vehicles arriving at the International Space Station.
What they can, something next to O-ring. Wow, that's some interference, guys. I didn't copy anything you said. Could you please check on the O-rings? O-rings may have what is and where? Some rings? Yes, O-ring. could you please verify that there are no O-rings left? What MLI rings or some other ones? The O-rings. O-rings. Okay, I'm checking the first one. Don't see its name and number. It's 721A and P21. So they do look good? Yes. The rubber seals and everything, yes, they look good. Right, the second connector, P3, everything's looking good there as well. Copy. MLI, no O-rings there. So everything's looking good. Thank you so much for confirmation. And P3 is also looking good. Copy.
Я надеюсь, уже скоро пойдет хорошая связь.
I hope we're going to get good comeback and you'll be out of this interference zone. We hope so too. My fingers are a little bit cold. Too cold? Well, kind of chilly. I can hold on to the handrail and warm them up.
Давайте подумаем, как быть с разъемами укладки номер 1.
Let's think what we're going to do with the connectors of the...
Ты будешь тогда с ними работать, или Олег, ты дотянешь?
For number 1, Oleg, Pyotr, who is going to do them? Well, I have a short red connected to the handrail, so I think it's going to be easier. This is Pyotr, for me to work with the cable bundle 1. Well, Pyotr, if it's not too much to ask, could you take care of them? Well, if it's a matter of choice, the choice is the right to choose is always there. So we'll start with the connector that's with the lateral connector, right? Yes, it's P21 and J21. But don't start yet. We still haven't cut power to them. Okay, I'm just checking that these are the right connectors, and I see that, yes, indeed, they are P1 and J1. And could you please look for J3? It should be free of anything. Yes, there is a connector next to these two.
Он дотянется до нашего разъема.
Do you think that connector can reach all the way to our connector?
И снять заглушку, кстати, можно тоже.
And you have our go to remove the cap as well. Okay. I don't see any markings on it yet, but hold on, it is J3. Great, that's what we need. Okay. And now we need the cap keeper and figure out how to get to it with the cap keeper. Okay. I have a long red, and it would be really good to move it a little bit and move over there. And I grab the handrail here. And it's honestly, I have to basically hold myself with one hand so that I don't float away, and try and fish that cap for that cap keeper with the other. Not the most convenient configuration. All right. That's pretty tight. Pyotr, I can take pictures of the connectors while you're taking a break. Artyom, maybe while I'm just hanging out here with nothing to do, I can snap a few pictures of the connectors. Well, we need the final configuration. Okay, I understand. Hooray! I got the cap keeper on. Now I need to press around it. Okay, the hands are not really listening to my commands anymore.
Pyotr, извини, мне говорят, не надо открывать эту заглушку пока.
I am really sorry, but they're telling me that there is no need in opening that cap. Oh, that's too late, guys, but I guess I haven't removed it yet.
Pyotr, отпусти этот разъем, и вот
Pyotr,
нельзя.
let that connector go. You shouldn't touch it. It's live. Okay.
Нет, он не может быть такая вероятность, но мы не хотим рисковать.
Well, there is a chance that it's live, but we decided to stay safe. Okay, I'll leave it be, but I'll let me keep the cap keeper on it for now. Okay, sounds good.
Разложились клещи.
All right, I have all those wrenches arranged here. Right, what did you say? The wrenches.
Что не расслаблялись. Там.
Sitting in Russian.
Должно быть слышно. В куполе все окна открыты, но на нас...
The windows in the cupola are all open, so they're probably looking at us. No, that's... Is it beam? The wire card is not cooperating.
Можно сказать, с этого места, вот с этой точки,
No. I would say that this point
историческое, единственное, я бы сказал.
was the start and the end of that whole process. Well, you are aiming for a historically important quote. Well, maybe we should turn off the lights.
That they're not designed for this way of operation, and how long? Maybe, and we don't know what time you will be retracting this trellis, so it might be during the eclipse. So it would be better if you turn it off right prior to closing the hatch. Okay, copy. Will do.
This is Mission Control Houston, 5 hours, 20 minutes into the spacewalk by Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubro. They are working to prepare the second of the two power cable bundles at the Zarya module of the International Space Station. The first of these two power cable bundles was installed and mated to an interface panel at Zarya. And electrical checkouts are continuing between the U.S. segment electrical systems and the new Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. The two cosmonauts also mated an Ethernet cable for Nauka at this work site. That was checked out and was verified to be good. And they are simply waiting now until the electrical checkouts of the first power cable bundle are complete before they press ahead to install and mate the second of the two power cable bundles that will complete the electrical continuity path between the U.S. segment and Nauka.
We're not going to be able to make it by the time, but then yes, of course, it would be preferable to take photographs during the insulated part of the orbit, even though it might not be the final configuration possibly. Right now, why wouldn't we, why don't we take photographs? I think on my side I can take photographs, how they're routed in the direction of RGB. We didn't do much photography today at all. If you have several minutes available, the batteries are still charged. Well, what do you mean we didn't take photographs? I did take some. Well, it doesn't even count. There were so few. Yes, I didn't take too many. Where is the camera? Let us figure out how it is going to operate. It should be. You should be able to see blinking. Okay. How do I pull it out in such a way that I can take photographs covering the entire view? Look over to here. Oh, it's still covered by the glass. Let me turn around. Here we go. Here are the connectors. Ethernet.
Артем, а мы можем вот эти клещи застраховать?
Artem, are we able to secure the vice grips to the small hook that is currently here on the winch? Yes, no problem.
Если это так удобнее будет, то не проблема. Главное, они будут...
If it's convenient, then that's not a problem as long as they're secured.
Сейчас попробуем.
Let's try it.
Петр, а
Peter,
и веревки будут?
what about the rope and the caps? Are we going to put them in, or is it not a very convenient location for that operation?
С какой-то стороны они мне сейчас не мешают.
Well, they're not in the way,
Убрать, если еще
but
работать с разъемами.
if we're going to need to work with other caps, then it would be prefer. And I feel like we're going to have to do it next. Then it would be better to put this all away.
Так, клещи перестраховал.
I have secured the vice grips.
Надо убрать.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, the two cosmonauts, Novitskiy and Dubro, are taking a bit of a breather, awaiting the final checkouts per the checklist of all of the electrical continuity paths between the newly installed power cable bundle, the first of these two power cable bundles at the Zarya module, providing electrical continuity and a path for electrical flow between the U.S. segment of the station and the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. Once those electrical checks are complete, which should be any time now, they'll press ahead to mate the second of the two power cable bundles to that interface panel on Zarya, and then await the electrical checkout of that path.
And we're going to switch the bundles and the connections of the second bundle into a safe configuration. That's we ran it a little bit ahead, but that's what we're going to do at this time. Okay, sounds good. So we're approaching the moment when we're going to resume our operation. Okay, sounds good. That's great news. So, Pyotr, you think we're not going to put away any of the caps and the ropes? Leave it as is. Oh, if Oleg can help, if we can reach each other right now.
And reports coming in from the Russian Mission Control Center that the electrical checkouts for the first of the two power cable bundles is now complete. Everything checked out in good shape at the 5.5-hour mark in today's spacewalk.
So we're going to reduce the number of tasks. So we're not going to take photographs of the X3, X4 connectors. We're not going to install BioRisk container. at least today, and we're not going to install the handrails 4300, 4320. And what else are we going to do today? And we are not going to perform do the final retraction of this trailer from the handrail 2124. What we are going to do on our go, when I get my go, we're going to mate bundle number 1 test. Then we're going to move the trailer to Pahao to handrail 2124. Then you're going to route Ethernet cable, mate Ethernet cable, and along the way you're going to install one of the 3 handrails, 4005. Is it in kit? Is it in bundle number? Is it in kit number 1? Yes. Speaking simultaneously. So I was thinking maybe we should install all 3 handrails. If I have to translate there with the handrails tied up over there, it's going to be very inconvenient. It will slow me down. I copy your comments, Peter. So let's see how it works and play it by ear for now. I understand that on panel 17, there's not enough space for both of you to work at the same time. We will decide as we go. Okay, sounds good. So it's desirable for you to take photographs of the cargo vehicle antenna. I do not know at what time he will be translating to MRM2. If it's going, when you're going to be on the operator post. It's going to be during the insulated part of the orbit and the end of translating the Strela. So we would like to understand what time we can take photographs of the antenna, whether it's going to be after moving Strela there or after you go to MRM2. Okay, sounds good. Just give us a go and we'll do it. Okay, we'll watch it as we go. Sounds good. Did you aforementioned steps, so maybe we will not need to free up the adjustable links tether. I don't remember which hook it's attached to, Peter. It's on the large red hook. I forgot the main thing. We are going to jettison the cable reel after we route the cable. Copy. Sounds good. Also, we need to make sure we inspect the spacesuits. You actually can look at the spacesuits because we already have gone to that work area.
This is Mission Control Houston, 5 hours, 33 minutes into the spacewalk today by Novitskiy and Dubro. Russian flight controllers providing an overview of the remaining work for the 2 cosmonauts outside, Dubro on your left, Novitskiy on your right, as they prepare to install the second of the 2 power cable bundles at an interface panel at the Zarya module of the International Space Station that will complete the electrical hookup of the power path between the U.S. segment of the station and the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. With the crew running slightly behind the timeline at this point, the Russian flight controllers have decided to delete the deployment and installation of a platform with several containers of biological sample experiments that had been planned for the Poisk module. That task will be taken up on a future Russian spacewalk, as well as the installation of 3 handrails along the Nauka module. That too will be deferred to a later spacewalk with no impact to operations. The jettisoning of an Ethernet cable reel that housed the Ethernet cable that was hooked up a short time ago and is working fine to provide that capability to Nauka. That will be conducted. That cable reel to be jettisoned retrograde from the station with no possibility of recontact with the orbital outpost.
Clean over there. Well, it's hard to contaminate the bottoms of the seats, of the boots. This rope is flopping around as if it's windy. Which rope? The cable that I have near my left arm, and there's the orange rope. Oh, I see.
Pyotr.
Peter, go ahead.
Да, мы получили добро.
We received the go to start working with the bundle number 1. Let's start. We have 17 minutes until the eclipse. Let's make good use of our time. So we need to also take photographs. Copy. So first and foremost, 21 connector, move to the pre-mate position.
Oleg, Fyodor, был перерыв связи.
There was a comm dropout.
This is Mission Control Houston, 5 hours, 39 minutes into the spacewalk. The two cosmonauts have been given the green light to press ahead with the mating of the second of the two power cable bundles at the Zarya interface panel. That, once completed, will complete all of the electrical hookup work that will route power from the U.S. segment of the station all the way to the new Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module.
To work with it. I have crew work bag. It's closed. Okay, releasing. Let me move it to the side.
FT с разъема.
Opening the MLI from the connector. Checking the labeling to confirm. Copy.
Так, пока не вижу маркировок.
I don't see any labeling.
С другой стороны. Она со стороны вот на клапане, да. Наблюдаем, да.
So we're watching. Okay, copy.
Full forward.
Full forward. Over center. I am ready to move it to full aft. Copy. Go ahead and do it. Transition into full aft.
Снимаем клапан FT.
Remove the MLI flaps from the P21 connector and start to demate.
Так, есть full aft over center.
So we have full aft over center.
Теперь приступаю к расстыковке разъема P21.
So starting to demate P21 from the side of the FGB.
Так, full forward over center.
Full forward over center.
Есть full aft over center.
So we have full aft over center, so docked, ready to demate.
Принято. Давай.
A copy, go ahead. Demating.
Так, разъем расстыкован.
The connector is demated.
Теперь мы стыкуем разъем.
And right now we are mating J21A to the connector just demated, which is P21. Copy.
P3.
CP3.
P3 это который смотрит.
P3 is the one facing MRM 2.
Так, нет, P3 это...
P3 is on this from this side. I found J21.
Ну, можно их состыковать, хорошо.
You can make those.
J21 на плате.
So, J21 on the panel.
А ты имел в виду...
Oh, did you mean the cable that was disconnected from the connector, made it to the connector over there?
Давай.
So it's when we're here, I think it's more convenient to mate it there. So P21A /J21, mating to P21 to P21 on the panel, J21 on the panel. Yes, the plate has the connector J21. Copy. I don't see the labeling. Well, where P21 was mated previously.
Принято.
Copy. You have already performed the inspection. You have already reported the results, so you can perform self-dock. I'm inspecting the connector itself once again. There is no FOD on the connector, and the pins are normal. I am going to perform self-dock at this time. Go ahead. Should I hold it? Let me see how it's easier to apply some force. I have to turn it. Yes. I know. I can hold you. Thank you.
The two cosmonauts, Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubro, both in their second spacewalks of their careers, continuing to work with the installation and mating of the second of the two power cable bundles to a power interface panel on the Zarya module of the International Space Station. The Russian flight control team in Korolyov outside Moscow told the two cosmonauts a short time ago that due to the length of the work that is ongoing, lesser priority activities, including the installation of some handrails on the Nauka module and the deployment of an experiment container, actually 3 experiment containers on the outside of the Poisk module, would be deferred until a later spacewalk.
Copy. J21, P21. Now P21 that we demated needs to be mated to the connector that is facing the Russian segment. Am I correct? Yes, J21A. So we're matching J21. And the one that is demated from the panel, I do not see the labeling. Okay, here on the flap, it's P21. I'm ready to transition it to self-dock position. Okay, go ahead and transition it. Go ahead.
До тени у нас остается порядка 7 минут.
We have several minutes remaining until the eclipse, so you can pull the cover off the camera. Okay, copy. Left over center, self-dock. I am ready to move the lever to full forward. Go ahead and do it.
Okay. So let me see here.
Не совсем ровно. Такое ощущение, что камера не включается.
I have a sense that the camera is not coming on.
Батарейка села, думаешь?
You think the battery is discharged? Yes.
Защитного покрытия плохо видно так.
Maybe because of the cover. Okay, I will try to photograph whatever I can. Okay. So, okay, forward and center mated. Okay, we copy, Pyotr. Also, we have the next container, which is the J3 one. Yes, got it. Okay, let me mate this, then I will close the MLI. Yes, I think it will be better if we do this a little earlier, and then you can cover during the checkout.
Олег, а там светодиод не моргает, не наблюдает?
Oleg, the LED is not flashing, right? I'm trying to see, and I can't see it. It's not visible.
Переход в сторону поста оператора потихоньку.
Okay, so we are transitioning toward the operator post, and now Pyotr is doing the imagery. Okay. I don't know. Maybe it will be clear here from this side what the condition is of the camera, whether the LED is blinking or not. Okay, Oleg, that's fine. Let's just translate to the operator post. Copy that. Okay, so I have tied the to the handrail. This looks good here. From the other side. No FOD. Good beam. Ready to mate. Okay.
До тени у нас остается порядка 3 минут.
We have about 3 minutes of light left. Okay, I have this soft dock ready to move forward. Yes, go ahead. I have the full forward over center J3. Yes, I confirm. Okay, now you need to unclear due to interference. Okay, we copy that. Full forward over center, ready to move it. full forward, over center confirmed, mating confirmed. Copy that, Pyotr. We have 2 minutes till the eclipse. Can you take a few pictures with the camera? Yes, let me try. Since Oleg has a discharge battery, we suspect, we're going to try to save yours to take pictures of the progress antennas. Okay, got it. I don't know. I think it's just that you can't see with all the sunlight and everything.
This is Mission Control Houston as we approach the 6-hour mark in the spacewalk by Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubro. The report is that the second power cable bundle has now been mated to the interface panel on the Zarya module, and that Russian flight controllers will be all set here momentarily to begin the methodical checkout of the electrical continuity of that second of the 2 power cable bundles all the way to the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. The first of the power cable bundles was mated about 2 hours ago, and it has checked out to provide good electrical continuity, a good electrical path all the way from the U.S. segment to Nauka. Now the checkout will begin for the second of the 2 power cable bundles.
Okay. I have attached both tethers in order to transition to the operator post. Okay. Right now, we take a break here. We will wait for Pyotr. Pyotr, you can turn off the camera. Yes. And cover the MLI. Okay. I will connect one of the hooks to the crew bag. Okay, and then the flap here.
Pyotr, приступай.
Pyotr,
T21 уже.
You can go ahead and cover the P1J1 flap, MLI flap, yes.
Здесь он может быть...
It's very tight. It might not be fully tightened. It doesn't have to be fully tightened. Whatever you have is fine. That's enough. Okay, understood.
Время за бортом 6 часов.
6 hours total for EVA right now. We copy. I have covered the connector with the MLI flap. Copy that. We can confirm that all 3 caps, J3, P3, J21, and P21, J21A are mated. All 3 of them are in place and covered with the MLI flap. Yes, so I can confirm that. Copy. Thank you very much. Pyotr, please transition to the anchor. Copy that. I don't think that we need to use the restraint tethers. Here, everything looks good on this side. Yes, I think it's attached to 1031. Yes, I will start translating back. Copy that, Oleg. Go ahead and translate to the operator post. We're not going to collapse the Strela at this time until my go. We need to do an additional check. Okay, I copied that. Now, while translating, be careful. Take special care in the area of the antennas and where you worked. Okay, I copy that. I have everything visible. Do you need additional lighting from the Orlan, maybe? No, I don't think so. I am moving strictly along the Strela. I have the antenna to the left. Looks like a cone. We copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, 6 hours, 5 minutes into today's spacewalk by the 2 cosmonauts, Novitskiy and Dubro. They have completed the installation and the mating of a second of 2 power cable bundles at the Zarya interface panel to provide electrical continuity and a path for power between the U.S. segment of the station and the newly arrived Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module, which docked to the station 5 weeks ago. Checkouts of the electrical connections and the connectivity between that second power cable bundle and Nauka are continuing at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow. The tasks left for the crew for the remainder of this spacewalk will include the stowing of the Strela telescoping boom that the cosmonauts used to maneuver from the Poisk module all the way down to Zarya earlier in today's spacewalk. They will also jettison the cable reel in which an Ethernet cable was stowed. That will be jettisoned retrograde to the station with no chance for recontact to the orbital outpost.
To the operator post.
Tasks that will be deferred, however, to a later spacewalk of a lower priority. The installation of several handrails on the Nauka module, that will not be conducted today because of the length of the work involved with the power routing that the cosmonauts have undertaken. They also will defer the deployment of an experiment platform package on the Poisk module. That will be also deferred to a later date. And some external photography of the Russian segment of the station is unlikely to be undertaken by the cosmonauts on today's spacewalk. They will be back out of the Poisk airlock next Thursday in the second of what is expected to be up to 11 spacewalks to outfit Nauka. The spacewalk next Thursday, September 9th, by Novitskiy and Dubro will feature the stringing of a high-frequency cable to provide a television system capability for Nauka, the establishment of a cable between the Zvezda service module and Nauka that is called an antenna feeder unit that will provide automated rendezvous docking and data telemetry for the Russian flight controllers and for vehicles approaching the International Space Station's Nauka module for docking. They also will install a cable from the telemetry system on Zvezda and a similar system on the Nauka module, and will install a platform with adapters that will facilitate future spacewalk activities on the outside of the new Nauka module. So work continues. That timeline possibly may be updated and revised between now and next Thursday based on the 2 or 3 tasks of a lower priority that the cosmonauts will not have time to fulfill today.
подошел к такелажному узлу.
Принято. Расфиксируй его пока. И дальше ожидаем команду.
I have reached the PDGF. Okay, let me get secured on it.
Принято, да. И
Yes, copy that.
расфиксируешь, и в ожидании команды можно будет крылок-бэк с себя снять.
Yes, go ahead and get secured on it, to it, and then while we will have a minute, you can go ahead and secure the crew lock bag as well.
Так, перешел на пост.
Okay, I'm at the operator post.
Принято, Олег.
Copy, Oleg.
Хочу у тебя тоже опять подтвердить.
Now, I wanted to confirm
элементы конструкции.
with you that you are seeing the structural elements, and you can see Pyotr and Strela, and we can work with the Strela safely. Give me a second. Yes, I am observing the Strela, of course. I can't see the clearance between Pyotr and the object, but everything that could be in the way, I have a good visual on. Okay.
Работает или нет?
All right, let's check what's working for you. Okay.
Сейчас, секунду.
Stand by. I have
Принято, Петр.
unlocked the Strela. Copy.
Значит, ты уже отдохнул?
Okay, so did you get enough rest?
Это я приступил к отдыху.
This is where I'm starting to rest.
Принято. Хорошо, отдыхай.
So I'll just be very calm. Yes, go ahead and
Да, не работает. Нажимаю.
take some time to rest. Okay. Yeah, it's not working. I keep pushing the button and it's not doing anything.
Только одна.
Okay, copy that. So that means we're left with one only. With one camera. Yes. Unfortunately.
Ты долго нажатие пробуешь, Олег? Ну, 3-4 секунды, считаю.
Okay, and how long are you pressing it for? Well, about 3 or 4 seconds. It just feels like it's stuck. It won't get pushed.
Сейчас еще раз.
All right, let me try again.
Раз, два,
Let me push. Pushing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nope, 0.
Так, с глиссером закончил.
Okay, we're done with the glisser.
Ладно, будем иметь
Okay.
в виду, что он такой не сильно живучий.
We'll keep in mind that it's not very robust, especially for the EVA. Yes, last time it was doing fine throughout the entire EVA. I don't know if it was this exact camera or which one. Yes. I think even the batteries are the same. It's the same one.
Ну, посмотрим, может быть,
Okay,
действительно в какой-то
we'll
момент
take a look at it.
включилось
It is
и
possible
перестало
that
работать.
accidentally got turned on and just kept firing, and that's how the battery emptied out. Okay, that's possible.
Так, ну я готов.
Okay, I am ready to
Ну,
transport.
пока еще не получили квитанцию.
Hold on, we haven't received the confirmation yet. Okay, understood.
Есть вероятность, что придется обратно идти.
Are you saying that there's a possibility we'll have to retrace our steps? This place is pretty scary for moving around.
All right. Let me try and hand it to you. Just take it over here. What a mess here.
А может быть, пока ожидаешь,
Pyotr,
или нет, или это не очень удобно.
maybe while you're waiting,
От укладки.
you can use one of the handrails from the kit and secure the handrail. Well, it's not really convenient because it's not going to be one kit, there will be two. Now I can at least have some control over it. Well, I started saying that, and then as I was saying, I realized it's not the best of ideas.
This is Mission Control Houston, 6 hours, 19 minutes into today's spacewalk. A good view of Pyotr Dubro at the top of your screen, joined by Oleg Novitskiy. They have installed both power cable bundles on an interface panel, a power panel basically on the Zarya module of the International Space Station. Final electrical checkouts of that power continuity all the way to the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module are continuing. So far, all the reports are good. The two cosmonauts are in the process of preparing the Strela telescoping boom that they use to move from one work site to the other for various tasks. They are preparing to at least tether that down to a handrail on the Zvezda service module in preparation for their next spacewalk next Thursday outside of the Poisk module airlock. They will reassess once they get that done whether or not they want to retract Strela all the way and tie it down to the Poisk module itself, where it normally resides, or whether they will leave it at the Zvezda service module. So the Russian flight controllers are assessing the remaining time that they feel comfortable with for the cosmonauts to continue today's work. But the major activities, the mating of all of the power connectors and the installation of two power cable bundles, for electrical continuity from the U.S. segment of the station to the new Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. That's all complete, with the final checkouts of the second of the two power cable bundles continuing.
Да, Олег, Петр.
Oleg, Pyotr.
Дали добро на дальнейшую работу, то есть приступаем к складыванию стрелы. А это означает, что механическая стыковка разъемов на высоте была проведена правильно.
Which means you are go for operations with the Strela, which means that all the connectors were mated correctly. Great. Thank you so much for your confirmation. Are you ready? Yes, I am. Let's try to lift it up yaw-wise and then roll. Copy. All right. It is not secured anymore. Starting movement. Do you see if there are any discrepancies or anything? No, I can't see it well. Hold on. And there are some loose ends from the kit. All right, just a little bit more. I have it in a locked position. I think we're looking good here. My antenna is visible. The solar arrays are also visible.
Она сейчас вообще у нас в стороне остается, по идее.
And there should be enough space for us to move. What did you say, Artyom?
Батареи у нас сейчас сильно в стороне. Они так, как если бы мы пошли на изначальное место причаливания стрелы.
So the solar arrays are configured now so that as if you would move to the original location. Okay, we're starting the pitch movement. I am monitoring the distance to the solar arrays. Is everything going well? Just seamless. Maybe that's enough for now. Maybe. But it will be visible only when we fold it. Well, and then we can raise it. Okay, I am full stop for pitch and stop, and then retraction. Copy. Pyotr, tell me if you have a clear sight on everything. Well, especially for pitch. That's going to be difficult for me to see as well. Well, I'll take it step by step. And I confirm the retraction is in progress. So in 3 minutes, guys, you are going to have sunrise. Copy.
Ну, как там, проходим солнечные батареи?
So, are we passing by the solar arrays? Yes, and the distance is more than enough. I'm monitoring the situation.
Принято. Ты уже наблюдаешь место на ПХО, куда мы...
Copy. Do you see the docking location on PHO, where we are supposed to stop? No, not yet. We're moving pretty slowly, and the distance is pretty big. Okay, I am approaching the solar arrays. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are on the cusp of the 6.5-hour mark in today's spacewalk. Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubro are moving the Strela telescoping boom to the Zvezda service module, where it is likely to be stowed until it is used again next Thursday, when the two cosmonauts venture back outside the Poisk airlock.
Okay.
You can see Poisk there in the middle of your screen. It is mated to the space-facing port of the Zvezda service module.
Use is limited.
The work has been completed to route and mate two significantly complex power cable bundles. First, power connectors were mated to the new Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. Then the two cosmonauts worked in tandem to mate two cable bundles to a power interface panel on the Zarya module to provide electrical continuity from the U.S. segment of the station all the way to Nauka.
Time that is left on the cartridge, and the lifetime of the cartridge is 10 hours, so everything is fine. Okay, copy. I am passing by the location where the pressurized container was installed during the previous CVA. Copy. Unintelligible. And you are getting into the installation now. The sun is rising. Yes, we see that. And I see the PHO area. It's closed with the targets for now, but I do see it. Copy. Maybe it is time to lift the pitch. Do you mean yaw? Okay, let me check. So first you need to lift it up. And then you do the yaw maneuver for PHO. Well, it seems like yaw is fine. We only have the antenna target, solar rays. Okay, I can't see anything with the sun hitting right at me in the eyes. All right. Okay, so the yaw maneuver then. Sounds good? Well, you guys decide. You see it better than we do. Okay. Well, they just told me that cable bundles 1 and 2, all those connectors are working, everything's fine and working great. Just got the report for you guys. Copy.
И для информации Петр, у тебя скоро тоже появится сообщение патрона.
And the message that the lifetime of the cartridge is limited, just monitor if there are any changes. All right, do you see how is the movement? Do you see the solar rays? Yes. We're about unintelligible centimeters away. Copy. And I don't even think that we need any pitch adjustments. Yes, I think everything is looking really, really good. Maybe we need to retract it, so fold the boom a little bit more. Yeah. Let's move like another 20, 30 degrees, and then we can check. And we can see the area between the targets really clearly. Copy. That is good news. But we do need to retract the boom a little bit and strela a little bit. And I got the same message about the car.
And as we pass 6 hours, 35 minutes into today's spacewalk, the reports from the Russian Mission Control Center, and you heard them relayed up to the two cosmonauts, is that all of the checkouts of the electrical path between the two power cable bundles and the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module have now been successfully completed. So we have an excellent power path from both power cable bundles all the way from the U.S. segment of the station to the new Nauka module.
And I am braking. Right about this way for now. Now let's retract it a little bit. Copy. So now it's like a 15 or 16 degrees to the side. All right, that's good. And we are retracting it.
The two cosmonauts continue to work methodically in the retraction and stowage of the Strela telescoping boom that they used to transport themselves from the Poisk module down to the Zarya module for the completion of the power cable bundle installation at the interface panel, the power panel basically on the Zarya module that took place earlier in today's spacewalk.
Okay, let's try and lower it like this, okay? And the brakes are on. And let's lower it. Copy. And maybe we need to adjust the yaw a little bit more. Yes. How are your feet? Yes, guys, for yaw you need to take it a little bit more to the left. Yeah, we do agree. Well, to the left is not going to work. We will adjust as needed. And we're passing between the targets really carefully. Well, we wanted you to lower it a little bit. Okay. Okay, so yaw and then to the left a little bit. All right, and I will move slowly.
Мы скоро попадем в зону, где, возможно, опять будут помехи.
We're going to be in an area where there may be some interferences, comm interferences one more time. Copy. All right, that's enough. And brakes are on, and basically we're secured on the pitch side. So what's the distance between the boom of the target and the end effector of the Strela? About 20 centimeters. Okay, copy. And stop. I was wrong a little bit. We need to fold it a little bit, retract it a little bit more. Just a tad. At the top, the top is more challenging. Okay. I think that's enough for now. And full stop. And now you want me to move a little bit down, right? Yes. And you can actually stop it like this. Okay. Just a little bit. The red is pretty long. And like that, like this, it's not going to be too loose. All right, the brakes are on. Artyom, we are done with the translation of the Strela. And now you need to... Oleg, you need to start moving, and guys, don't forget about the reds. Okay, copy. Pyotr, do you have any wire ties left on your, among your tools? Well, I haven't used up anything, so I have them all. Great. Then, to help Oleg, we need to secure the wire tie. So we need to secure Strela to the handrail. And once Strela is secured to the handrail, you can translate to 4006 handrail on MLM. Copy. Yeah, the target is like super conveniently located here. Okay, and while you are approaching the STU, the safety device, look at PDGF. Well, let me try. Hold on.
Six hours, 45 minutes into today's spacewalk, a good view of Oleg Novitskiy as he wraps up the stowage of the Strela telescoping boom outside of the Poisk module of the International Space Station. He and Pyotr Dubro have completed all of the power cable routing work to provide electrical continuity between the U.S. segment electrical systems on the station and the new Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. All of the checkouts of the electrical continuity to Nauka have proven to be excellent. No issues regarding the routing of all of the electrical pathing that was the primary goal of today's spacewalk by Novitskiy and Dubro. They will be back outside the International Space Station next Thursday to continue routing other cables for Nauka as the outfitting of the new module continues. That will be the second of some 11 spacewalks planned to outfit Nauka and get it up and running for future use.
And it's actually grabbing onto the slide wire lanyards. And so, should I move along the boom? But then I'm not sure how do I get back. Artyom, did you copy? Could you repeat your last? So our slide wire lanyards are in the way of the movement of the safety device STU. So should I move to Pyotr together with it? No, you don't. Just move from PDGF using one or two slide wire lanyards, and then you get to the STU, and then you pull it a little bit closer. Okay, copy. Okay, that is true. It's a good idea with the slide wire lanyards, and I think that's going to be sufficient. And I think that's going to be enough for you to be able to reach, because we need to get on that Ethernet task ASAP.
I took the kit with the handrails. Copy.
Практически подошел к поручню 4206.
I have almost arrived at the handrail. I have almost arrived at the handrail 4006. So the bracket near handrail 4021, attach the wire tie to it. Okay. I don't have an available red.
Петр, давай, так как ты сегодня проявил чудеса акробатики.
Peter, you cut the cap when it was floating away. You have demonstrated miracles of acrobatics. So I'm going to authorize you to work with the right side without securing yourself additionally. So just make sure you're careful. Inaudible. I have gotten to the reel.
Надо застраховать ее. Видишь, на ручке колечко?
You see there is a ring on the handle? Yes. Should I attach it to the adjustable link feather? Could you repeat your last? Yes, adjustable. Yes, I understand.
Надо adjustable. Да.
Those two hooks?
На нем есть собственный фал-удавка, да?
It has its own noose tether. Yes.
Принято. А тогда, может быть, и ими и страхуйся.
Okay, a copy. So you can use those to secure yourself as well. Copy. Sounds good. I secured one hook. I'm going to remove the second one and secure it to myself. Copy. I tied the wire tie to the bracket to bracket on handrail 4006 near the handrail 4021. Copy. Thank you, Peter. Please translate further to install handrail 4005. Copy. I'm looking for an installation point. Let me catch my breath.
Первый у нас получается вот этот радиальный поручень.
The first one is this circular handrail. Yes.
Не все одинакового цвета.
It's white. Yes, I think they're all the same color.
Поручень крюком зацепился за кабельный фиксатор.
So the handrail got caught on the hook. You know, things happen. With these caps, we need to secure them. How should we do it?
Петр, давай сделаем.
Peter.
Так как у нас проблема сейчас
Since we have a problem with hooks,
фиксацией, то есть укладка сейчас зафиксирована будет.
So the bundle is going to be secured by the transportation tether, and for 005 and 4005 will be secured with the by the red. Okay, copy.
Так, и мы его устанавливаем между поручнями 4021.
So we're going to install it between Andrea 4021 and 4026. Yes, right in front of you. There is an opening where the screw is going to be going into. Okay, copy.
Как дела?
How are you? You're asking me? I secured the handrail. I am going to pull it out of the kit. The cable holder is a little bit in the way. I'm going to release the wire ties. I think the reel needs to be secured with the adjustable length tether because it's going to be quite uncomfortable working with the hooks. Okay, go ahead and do it. Copy.
Так, это у меня контроль CO2.
Inaudible. Artem, I see that the handrail snapped shut on the semicircle on the other side, but on this side, it's not going over the thread, over the threading. It's not long enough.
This is Mission Control Houston. We have just crossed the 7-hour mark in today's spacewalk by Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubro. They have successfully mated 2 power cable bundles from the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module to the Zarya module, thus completing the power routing from the U.S. segment of the International Space Station all the way to the new Nauka module. Oleg Novitskiy in the field of view right by the Poisk module, the airlock from which he and Pyotr Dubro emerged 7 hours ago to begin this spacewalk, the 242nd in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. Everything has gone well. The crew running slightly behind on the timeline as the power cable routing work took a bit longer than had been expected. The one activity that has been deferred to a future spacewalk was the deployment of a platform with 3 biological sample containers outside of Poisk. That will be undertaken on a future spacewalk, no impact to space station operations. The Strela boom that you see just outside of Poisk, that vertical telescoping boom, is now secured and stowed to be used for future spacewalking operations. The next time that Novitskiy and Dubro emerge from Poisk will be next Thursday, in the second in the series of some 11 spacewalks planned to complete the outfitting of Nauka and its final activation for use.
Well, try. You see, I broke torque with the wrench, and then after about 3 turns, it started moving tight with difficulty. Well, you see, this is a walk that dates back to 2013. Okay, I'll try to continue turning it with the wrench. Can you show that particular latch with the camera? I'm trying, because we only see the screw. Well, I see that the latch is closed. So the handrail is not disengaging from the other side. Can you see it now? No, it's coming short here. How about now? No, it's not going any further. I guess we're seeing it. Can you see it now? Yes, we see it is stuck. It is set on the other side.
Oleg, остановись пока с замком.
Oleg, could you pause right now with this lock? I feel like I'm actually threading this connection. It's going with a lot of difficulty.
Pyotr, а можешь
вынуть поручень? Can you pull out the handrail? Can you pull it out from the screw attachment? It would be very difficult to do. I can try to reach that far, but I would need to apply pressure. I would need to apply pressure to the bottom latch. No, I'm not talking about the latch. I'm talking about the handle where you're rotating with this, where you're turning the screw. Can you extend it there? Yes. Would this screw be able to come out, be released, or is it the normal configuration now? It's not a screw that can be removed. It is meant for the expansion. When you pull by the handle, it should be sufficient to create this opening. Oh, I see it's not going that. It's not going out any further. We see that the handle is secured to the screw, and with the wing nut, it's not reaching out. Try to pull the handle, not the screw. Try to pull, holding on to the handle, not the screw. The handle is not moving any further. It's extended as far as it would go. You see, the screw itself does give a little bit, but it's not sufficient. It's not enough length. The handle is not, I'm not able to pull out the handle any further, and you're not able to turn the screw. Correct. This screw is not fitting into the slot. What about backing out the screw? I tried, but it's it doesn't seem to be backing out.
Хорошо, Петр.
Okay, Peter, copy. Would you be able to remove the handrail? It is highly unlikely, because that would require disengaging it from my side, so it would float around and go further, and then I would need to reach the other end, press the attach mechanism, and then pull that out. Okay, Peter, let's do the following. But I can try. Let's try for a couple of minutes. If it doesn't work, then we're going to leave it in place temporarily. Do you think we can try to install it with the other side? But it might make sense, but it will have to be removed first. Yes, you're right. Well, I'll try. It's just there is nowhere, except the handrail itself, there's nowhere for me to hold on to. Oleg? Yes. Go ahead, Artem. Go ahead and tighten the wing nut back in. Okay, copy. Well, you probably understand that the decision was made to wrap up the CVA copy. The time, your time outside is exceeding 7 hours already, and we're starting to run into difficulties. And now I am struggling to reach it. This handrail is in the way. Right now, it's turning easily. That sounds good, Oleg. When you complete the work with the reel, please translate back to the operator post. We're going to fold the, retract the Strela boom. And if you have enough, if you have the time, then please take photographs of the cargo vehicle antennas. If you have the time, if the eclipse starts by then we're going to wrap up the CVA. Okay, copy. There is course antenna above me. It is not allowing me to get to the aft side, because this handrail is not coming off. Peter? I'm thinking how to remove it. Peter, let's not think about it. Let's secure it in place temporarily using a wire. Tie it up to the handrail, to the handle, and next time, when we're going out with the bundles, then we're going to be on the other side where the kits are going, and then we can work on it. Okay, sounds good. Artem, I am going to go back. I have tightened the wing nut back in, and I secured with 2 hooks to the handrail. Okay, copy. Oleg? translate to the operator post to the EV hatch. But it would be easier to translate to the operator post the other way. Okay, then go ahead and translate your way, but do not pause.
And I have attached the handrail with a wire tie. Great. Move over the boom to the airlock. Artyom, I would be able to sit under the boom, right? Under the strela. Yeah, that's up for discussion. In the configuration when it was unfolded, it was possible. But once it's all the way unfolded on PHO, it's not quite clear. Well, I'll be the first to try. Good luck and be careful. Nope. Can't squeeze through. Well, maybe we can use a different handrail. Guys, just a little bit more. You are going home. Guys, the comm is going to be ready. We copy, Artyom. It's going to be for about a minute or two.
This is Mission Control Houston, 7 hours, 15 minutes into the spacewalk by Novitskiy and Dubro, as they are now preparing to wrap up activities and get back inside the Poisk airlock. They will defer the mating of that Ethernet cable to the Nauka module until the next spacewalk in all likelihood. They also were able to install one of 3 handrails for translation at the location near the Poisk module. They will not be jettisoning the Ethernet cable reel either. That will be put off until another spacewalk downstream. So the tasks that the crew was not able to get to because of the length of time required to complete the mating of power cable bundles, which was the primary objective of today's activities, providing electrical continuity between the U.S. segment of the station and the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. They will not mate the Ethernet cable that was installed on the U.S. side of the segment of the International Space Station. That will not be mated to the Nauka module. That will be deferred till the next spacewalk. That's a fairly simple task. They were able to install one of 3 handrails for translation capability. They will not be jettisoning the Ethernet cable reel. That will be deferred until the next spacewalk as well. And they deferred a minor task, which was the deployment of a platform with 3 biological sample experiment containers on the Poisk module. Once again, the major objectives, however, of this spacewalk were successfully completed, that being the mating of power cable bundles and power connectors to the Nauka module, to an interface panel on the Zarya module of the International Space Station, so that now enables U.S. power continuity between the U.S. segment of the station and the new Nauka module. Once Novitskiy and Dubro get back inside the Poisk module airlock, the official end time for a Russian spacewalk will be measured at hatch closure. We'll be standing by for official word on that, and then we'll provide you statistics, updated statistics based on today's spacewalk. The 242nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. Novitskiy and Dubro will be back outside the Poisk airlock next Thursday for Russian spacewalk number 50, in which they will continue the routing of additional cables, picking up some of the tasks that they could not complete today. That will be added to the timeline next Thursday. And the planned tasks already on the timeline for the next Russian spacewalk next Thursday include the installation of high-frequency cables to enable a television capability from Nauka, the installation of a cable for an antenna feeder unit between the Core's automated rendezvous system on the Zvezda service module and Nauka's Core's automated rendezvous system, as well as telemetry cables that will be installed between the Zvezda service module and Nauka, and the continuing installation of platforms and handrails to facilitate future spacewalking capability around the new laboratory module.
Проводим осмотр скафандров и инвентаризацию оборудования.
We are doing the inventory of the tools.
Принято.
This is Mission Control Houston, now at the 7-hour, 21-minute mark in the spacewalk by Novitskiy and Dubro. In case you're wondering, the longest spacewalk in Russian spacewalking history took place on February 2nd, 2018 by Alexander Mazurkin and Anton Shkaplerov, who, interestingly enough, Shkaplerov and Mazurkin will be the commanders of the next 2 Soyuz flights to the International Space Station. That spacewalk during Expedition 54 lasted 8 hours, 13 minutes to replace an electronics box on the Zvezda service module's Lyra high gain antenna. And to recap today's spacewalk, the major objective successfully completed, the mating of 2 power cable bundles between the Zarya module and the new Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module, which is now receiving electrical continuity and power from the U.S. segment of the International Space Station. That all went by the book with no issues. What was deferred to a future spacewalk, likely next Thursday, was the completion of the mating of an Ethernet cable to Nauka. The cable was partially routed from the U.S. segment to Nauka, but was tied down because we were running out of time here, and the crew was running slightly behind with the higher priority activity, which was the routing of the power cables. So they'll pick up the task of completing the mating of that Ethernet cable to Nauka on a future spacewalk. They were able to partially install one of 3 handrails to facilitate future spacewalk translation capability. It's now wire tied down in place near the Poisk module. They were unable to have enough time to take photographs of the exterior of the Russian segment of the station. That task will be picked up as well on a future spacewalk. And they did not jettison the Ethernet cable reel. That will take place once the Ethernet mating process is completed on a future spacewalk. And as we mentioned just a few moments ago, the installation of a platform with 3 biological sample containers on the Poisk module was also deferred to a later date, but those were all considered to be minor tasks. The major objective, the installation of power cable bundles and their checkout, now providing electrical continuity between the U.S. segment and the new Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. That all was completed, and successful installation of those power cables now means that Nauka is receiving good power and good electrical continuity from the U.S. segment of the station.
Go ahead. Do you think I should start taking all these bundles from Peter? You need to first look around prior to ingressing. Okay, copy, I understand. I need to perform the inspection further along during the insulated part of the orbit where the sunlight is. I am looking at Peter from the front, and I do not see any contamination. Okay, Peter, also, when you get to Oleg, perform the inspection, okay? Okay, I am on the in the area near the EV hatch. I'm getting closer to Oleg. I am looking at his front, his pants, legs, his boots, his arms. I do not see contamination. Copy.
Петр, ты
Peter?
на обрезе выходного люка тоже, да?
So I am currently on the translational handrail, and I'm on breeze. Okay. Let's perform the inventory of the attached equipment and check that you have all the items that you took outside. Everything that you're going to go over everything in the crew bag. How about I'm going to give you the list and you will confirm that you got it. Okay, go ahead, Artyom.
Олег, давай, тогда начнем с тебя.
Oleg, let's start with you. You have the OTA and the swing arm. Yes, I confirm.
Также у тебя Tether Extension Assembly, это шнурок.
Tether Extension Assembly is the rope for the winch, and it's installed. Correct. Lister secured with red. Got it.
Ключ-трещотка.
Ratchet wrench on red. Yes, I got it on red.
Large small red и adjustable.
Large small red and adjustable red. I got it.
Принято.
Copy. Peter, now talking about you. OTA with swing arm and tool caddy. I confirm.
Принято.
Copy.
Тоже шнурок.
Also the rope for the winch.
Шнурок для лебедки, фал.
It's a tether.
Tether Extension Assembly.
So, yes, it's at the very bottom. Yeah, it should be there. I cannot see it from where I am. Yes, I have it in my pocket.
Принято.
Okay, copy.
Глиссер с GoPro.
Glisser with GoPro, with red, excuse me, with red. I got glisser red there.
Принято. У нас еще
Copy.
минуту тень начнется.
In about a minute, we're going to enter the eclipse on ratchet wrench. Ratchet wrench and red, yes.
Adjustable.
Large red and adjustable. Okay, large red and adjustable on the handrail.
Принято.
Copy.
Дальше переходим к крупным вещам.
Let's move to large items. Crew log bag number 1, is it present and accounted for? Crew log bag. It is with the cable ties. Yes, we have it.
Crew log bag номер 2.
Crew log bag number 2. I got it.
Crew log bag номер.
Crew log bag number 2 has the vice grips. Yes, got those.
Плоскогубцы.
Pliers. I see them at the bottom. Orange. They're orange. And the device for connector cleaning. Yes, those bottles under pressure. Yes, cap keeper. Got it. With the caps attached.
Хорошо. Ребят, заходим внутрь.
So you guys, you can ingress if everything is present. All the tools are present, then you can perform the ingress. Copy. EV1 is in. Copy. Peter? How about I'm going to start handing you the bundles? Okay, go ahead.
This is Mission Control Houston. Oleg Novitskiy now inside the Poisk airlock. He is taking a handoff of equipment from Pyotr Dubro, who will soon join him inside the Poisk airlock. The official end of this long excursion today by the two cosmonauts will be marked at the point of hatch closure.
Bundle with the hook first.
A long spacewalk, but a successful one in which two power cable bundles were routed and mated to provide electrical capability and continuity between the U.S. segment of the station and the new Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module.
Crew bag. Hold on a second. Don't remove it. Okay, removing it. Did you remove it? Yes, I did. I am ready to take the next bundle. I think the handrail bundle got pushed outside, Oleg. Oh, I apologize. I didn't see them. I was sending them to you thinking you're ready to take them. Okay, I secured those. So is that all? As far as handrails are concerned, yes. Inaudible. It is attached to the hook. I will take it off my hook. Here comes the second crook bag. I want to tuck in this particular end so it doesn't get in the way.
Есть.
Okay, I got it.
Я так понимаю, съемка антенн тоже.
Well, you know, the antenna.
Не сегодня.
While taking imagery of the antennas, well, I removed all the bundles and I'm ready to ingress. Hold on there. I am trying to free up some space for you. Okay, copy, Oleg. So are you in the hatch opening? Are you inside the hatch opening? I am near the hatch. Yeah, you can ingress. And right now the equipment is a little bit in the way. Okay, here you go. A little bit this way. Here are your feet and legs. Oh, your hook is there. I am holding on to you. So are you holding on? I am removing the second hook. I didn't know. I removed the hooks. I need to move with my feet there. Okay, I'm in. I am in as well. MCC Moscow, how do you copy? Artyom, we're both in. Start removing the protective ring. Turn on the sublimator for drying. And with this going on, continue. Okay. So we'll just...
Включайте сублиматоры. У вас на дисплеях должно появиться сушка ТО.
So turn off the sublimators. You should see the indicator TO drying. TO drying. Okay, EV1, EV2, confirm the indicator TO drying is eliminated. Copy. Should I remove the ring, or should I wait? If you're done, if you're done with talking to Gennady, then you can remove the ring. Copy. So are you moving? Yeah, let me turn around. Do you want to shorten the tether? So my foot is behind the handrail. Okay, I removed it. Hold on. I am also removing the ring.
This is Mission Control Houston, 7 hours 43 minutes into today's spacewalk. The two cosmonauts are back inside the Poisk airlock, removing the protective ring that they placed around the hatch at the beginning of today's activities earlier today. We'll be standing by for the closing of the hatch that will mark the official end of today's excursion.
Hold on. Moving over there.
Once again, Novitskiy and Dubro completed the major objective of this spacewalk, the first of some 11 spacewalks planned for the outfitting and activation of the new Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module, that being the mating of power cable bundles and the routing of power between the U.S. segment of the station through the Zarya module all the way to Nauka. Good electrical continuity and good power being reported flowing to the new module.
Okay, copy. Peter, now you need to turn off the ERCA helmet cameras.
Ну, в принципе, можно орлановские светильники включить.
You can use the other lights. Why?
Если нужно освещение.
If you need additional lights. We do not need lights. I see the. You see both cameras are off and the LEDs are not on. What about the lights? The lights are not on for some reason. I turned off the light on the right side. I turned off one camera and we see the other camera still. I turned off the second camera. What about the lights? You can turn the lights off after you close the hatch. And right now you can start closing the EV hatch. First of all, you need to inspect the interface surfaces of the hatch and the O-ring and the seals. The final hatch closure will be on MCC Go. Okay, copy. Sounds good. Right now, the sublimator counter is 2050 and it's incrementing. So it's not at 2055. It's not 10 minutes and counting down. Yes, we set our own timer and we'll let you know when. Yes. Okay, copy. Oh. The interface surfaces, contact surfaces of the hatch are normal. I do not see any contamination or FOD. And what about the seals, rubber seals? It will be a more complicated task. I need to turn around so I can look at it. I can look at them from this side. So it would be easier because the light is still on. Well, it looks, the seals look normal. There's a little bit of dust.
Oleg, Pyotr.
Oleg, Pyotr, we're here.
Как осмотр резинок получилось?
How are the gaskets? Rubber gaskets. Is everything okay? We already reported about that. Oops, there was an LOS then. Ha! That's interesting. We checked out all the seals, gaskets, no comments. There is a little bit of dust, but other than that, they're fine. Great. Then please release the adjustable tether. And please use panel 201. Gennady told me that we need to do it for his go. Well, it's the final closure of the hatch. So you remove the hook, but you do not close the hatch. You leave a gap about 10 centimeters for now. All right, we copy?
Даже чуть побольше. Но главное, чтобы...
Just maybe a little more than 10 centimeters.
Мгновенно закрыть люк.
But be prepared to close it immediately on our go. All right. I have my hook released. Now I am closing but not latching the hatch, leaving that gap. How is it? So the TO dry out is nominal for EV1. Yes. 10 minutes are up, so you can close the hatch. Copy. In work. We are closing the hatch. We copy. And please provide a running commentary on the process. I close the hatch, verify that nothing got caught. The handle is installed. And now please put that hatch closure handle in position closed. In work. And I am starting with the rotation of the hatch handle. And I see that the rollers are moving and engaging. Something got caught there again. It's a little strap. I am getting that little tie out or strap. And I will continue with the rotation, turning it. Copy. How much is left? All right, I did hear 2 clicks. Copy, the hatch is closed. And the handle should be in position closed. Oleg, Pyotr, congratulations. Your EVA lasted for 7 hours, 54 minutes. It's great job. Well done. And I'm handing you over to Dima.
This is Mission Control Houston. The hatch to the Poisk module airlock now closed and latched. The official end of today's spacewalk, 5:35 p.m. Central Time, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time.
I think it was a wise decision,
The
guys.
duration of today's spacewalk, Russian spacewalk number 49 by Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubro, 7 hours, 54 minutes. Again, the spacewalk now officially over at 5:35 p.m. Central Time, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. The spacewalk lasted 7 hours, 54 minutes. We'll have other spacewalking statistics for you momentarily.
Oleg, Pyotr, это Дмитрий по шлюзованию.
Oleg, Pyotr, this is Dmitry for airlock repress. Hello, Dmitry. Good to hear you. Hello, guys. All right. Folks, situate yourself for repress and please open Q card 10 and we'll start working per the procedure. And as far as I understand, we've got Mark here as well. Well, guys, we can hardly hold those cue cards in our hands. Could you please just provide us with voice commands? Are you ready, guys, then? Yes, we are. Mark, for the repress, how do you copy me? Copy you loud and clear. Wonderful. So, guys, let's start work per cue card number 10. So it's going to be a repress of the till two.
Pyotr, проверяем. КСД-2 закрыт. КСД...
Unintelligible. Pyotr, verify. KSD is closed and the repress is not illuminated. KSD SI is closed. Okay, we confirm. And boost is not illuminated on the panel. All right, great. Mark, do we understand correctly that PGO SM hatch is closed? I confirm the PGO hatch is closed. Now, on the POV panel, you need to send the KVD PGO enabled. You will see the LED illuminate, and then you open the KVD valve, and you will see the LED illuminate. KVD PGO enabled. And we confirm it is illuminated. Great. KVD PGO is open. I pressed it. Great. Now, you should see pressure increase. All right, I see the pressure increase. Should we close unintelligible? Come again. We did not copy you. Current pressure is 260. It should be 260. Copy 260. We copy. And we're standing by for 6 minutes. Well, we probably won't have those 6 minutes. The pressure is 60. Copy. Zero 28 for the SCAF for the second one. Copy. That's good. 90 in the module. 0.24 for EV1. That's good. And monitor CO2. I got the same message. Likewise. And we copy about the messages. 120 is in the module, is in the airlock. 0.22 for EV1, 0.21 for EV2. We copy. $150 is in the airlock. 0.18 for EV.
This is Mission Control Houston. The repressurization of the Poisk airlock is beginning following the completion of today's activities by Oleg Novitskiy and Pyotr Dubro. Their spacewalk lasted 7 hours 54 minutes, ending just a few minutes ago with the closing of the hatch to the Poisk airlock. Here are your statistics update. The spacewalk today, the 242nd in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This was the 10th spacewalk conducted out of the International Space Station this year. The 5th during Expedition 65, 2 out of Poisk, 3 out of the Quest airlock. This was the second spacewalk of Oleg Novitskiy's career. He now has totaled 15 hours and 13 minutes of spacewalking time, as has Pyotr Dubro, his spacewalking partner. The two went out together for the first time back on June 2nd. Today's spacewalk lasted 7 hours 54 minutes, as we mentioned a moment ago. This is the equivalent now. The 242 spacewalks in space station history now have totaled 1,527 hours and 35 minutes, which is the equivalent of 63 days, 15 hours, and 35 minutes of spacewalking time. Once again, Novitskiy and Dubro completed the major objective of today's spacewalk, which was the installation and mating of power cable bundles from the U.S. segment of the station, most notably to the interface panel at the Zarya module at pressurized mating adapter number 1, all the way to the new Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module, which now has good power being routed from the U.S. segment to the new laboratory module in this first of what is expected to be up to 11 spacewalks to outfit and activate the new Nauka module.
250s in the airlock is 0.04 for EV1, 0.04 EV2. We copy. It's when it's less than 0.02, right? That's what we're standing by. That is correct. 260. Please verify that KVD PHO is...
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, the repressurization of the Poisk airlock is underway. Novitskiy and Dubro completing a long day's worth of work at 7 hours 54 minutes for their spacewalk, but their work is not done. They will be back outside of the Poisk airlock next Thursday, September 9th, for the next spacewalk in the series to continue routing cables and the outfitting of the new Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. Our coverage of the next Russian spacewalk, number 50, by Novitskiy and Dubro, will get underway next Thursday at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, 9:30 Central Time. The spacewalk to begin at about 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central Time, about 30 minutes after our coverage begins. That spacewalk is expected to last between 5 and 6 hours in duration. So with Novitskiy and Dubro safely back inside Poisk and the repressurization underway, we will wrap up our long day's worth of coverage at the beginning of this holiday weekend by wishing you a safe and enjoyable Labor Day weekend. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you back here next week. This is Mission Control Houston.
Okay.